Well, good morning. How is everybody doing? Well, the reason for this live this morning is because I was doing this live last night and had gotten to about the 2.5 hour mark and realized that nobody could hear the audio from the video being played. So I'm going to redo this morning. So just bear with me. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for being here. And I'm your host. And today we're going to be diving into a case that's not only tragic, but has also been a lightning rod for some of the most heated debates and drama in the true crime community. Now, we're talking about a missing 16-year-old little boy, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who's been missing since February the 26th from Hendersonville, Tennessee. The other day, Elevated Truth hosted a live panel discussion on his YouTube channel. He brought together CLUEmanaiti, Granny's Watching, and QueenBee, and there was one other lady. And then later on, Chris Proudfoot, who is the stepfather of the missing 15-year-old little boy. Well, he's 16 now. And they all addressed controversies that surround this case and all the drama. And today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to break this down, some of the highlights, give you a little bit of, my opinions and my views on things, and share why this discussion is so important. But before I get started, I do want to put this out there that if there's any creators that would like to come on panel here with me today and let's talk about it, just let me know in the chat and I'll drop the link for you to come on. So I'm going to set the stage here a little bit for those who might not know. But Sebastian's disappearance has been the center of not just a search for answers, but also a lot of drama. We've got creators like Bullhorn Betty and Dolly Vision who've come under some heavy fire for their speculative coverage. And this panel from Elevated Truth, which aired December the 19th, it aimed to refocus the conversation on what truly matters. First and foremost, it's Sebastian, but also the ethics and the accountability surrounding creators and how they should conduct themselves. This panel brought together a great mix of voices, each with their own unique perspective, making it one of the most insightful discussions that we've ever seen in this space. So instead of telling y'all about this, I want you to experience this powerful conversation for yourself. So what we're going to do today is we're going to watch the full panel discussion that was hosted by Elevated Truth on the 19th. And as I've said, this, it brings together CLUEmanaiti, Granny's Watching, QueenBee, and later on into the discussion, Chris Proudfoot comes up, and their focus is to, tackle some of the key issues that surround Sebastian's case. And honestly, the responsibilities of the true crime community. They focus on the ethical concerns to the actual impact of our speculations. This panel didn't shy away from the tough questions either. So, without further ado, let's dive in. And as we watch, I'll be in the chat with you and I'll be sharing my thoughts and responding to your comments. So, let's keep the conversation going and make this a space for some meaningful conversation.
All right. We'll try this again. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to another edition of the Elevated Truth Podcast. I'm Truth. If you haven't been here before, welcome in. I do apologize for my voice. I am getting my ass kicked by this shit. So if y'all will be patient with me tonight, I would certainly appreciate it. Also, it's possible that I start coughing really hard. If that happens, I'll try. Um, I'm kind of at my wits end with some shit, and I've made the decision that I'm no longer going to participate in some of this asinine bullshit that's going on when it comes to the Sebastian Rogers case. I have sat back and watched and listened and watched and listened. Just
Bless his heart, he has a hard time with his mic. Bless his heart, he has a hard time with his.
all right. Well, it looks like we're going to be fighting with StreamYard today as well. Um, can y'all hear me now? Okay. This is not a me issue. This is a StreamYard issue. I do apologize. Just to prove that to you, not only have I purchased one microphone, but I've actually purchased two brand new microphones, and neither one of them are working well. Here's a couple things. I need someone to explain to me why people who are claiming to be here for Sebastian, who are claiming to be here trying to find Sebastian, are not going after searching for Sebastian, but they're going after other people searching for Sebastian.
Poor guy. It's really frustrating as a creator when the equipment and especially the things that you pay to use to stream doesn't work and they up their prices to a ridiculous amount and then it really don't work. It's crazy.
So hopefully y'all can hear me now. Can y'all hear me? Okay, so it may not sound as good. I'm having to use my computer speaker. I apologize. I want to know why people are investing so much fucking time into going after other people who are searching for a 16-year-old missing boy. I want to know why it is so important to some people to attack people who are trying to find answers. I want to know why people jump so quickly. You want to know what I haven't seen? I haven't even seen the video Clue and Cletus did. I haven't even seen it. You want to know why I haven't seen it? Because I don't fucking think it's important. I don't think it's important. I haven't seen what they've done. They can tell you they haven't sent it to me. Why? Because people keep getting caught up on shit that doesn't fucking matter. Now we've got wars going back and forth between creators because one creator thinks they know video more than the other. And what the fuck is that doing for Sebastian?
I agree with everything he's saying.
I've tried to keep my nose out of this shit. I've tried to back away from the case because it's nothing but a big pile of fucking shit. We're in a case where there's a missing 16-year-old young man who has some special needs in his life. And you got motherfucking creators doxing each other's fucking children in the middle of a missing child case. The fuck is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? We can disagree on what happened to Sebastian. That's okay. We can think other people are fucking idiots because of what they think about what happened. What the fuck is wrong with some of y'all? What makes you think what you're doing is okay? And what the fuck is wrong with some of y'all who are paying these people to do it? You're sending them money and encouraging them. Send them money because they're a good creator. Send them money because they do good work. You don't send them money because you're attacking each other.
Exactly. But people love drama.
It's fucking sad. It's fucking sad. I don't pocket watch nobody. I don't go look at what people make. But it's real obvious when I'm sitting in a chat and I'm watching people throw all kinds of money at a creator because they're dogging another creator. But then you go into a chat where they're talking about Sebastian and not all the other bullshit. And they've got 30 people in there and nobody's taking care of them at all. Why? Because they're not involved in the bullshit. If you motherfuckers really cared about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, you would be supporting the people who are actively looking for him, who are actively using their channels and their platform for positivity. And before anybody gets it twisted, that goes for Clue too. That's not a dog or a diss, it's an even playing field. That goes for everybody. There's no good, bad, or indifferent. Stop playing with this young man's life. Y'all can talk all this shit you want about truth. You can talk all this shit and say anything you want to about me. Cool. But someone's got to stand up and say this shit is bullshit. Seth, where are you at? Where are you searching?
Chris and Katie, where the fuck are you at? Where are y'all searching?
This man makes so much sense.
Mr. and Miss Bowersocks, where the fuck are y'all at? Why aren't y'all searching? That's mom and dad, where are y'all at? Why aren't y'all searching? Extended family members, cousins, where are y'all at? Why aren't y'all searching? And don't give me the bullshit that law enforcement told you not to talk to the media because TBI came out. I mean, not TBI, Sumner County came out and said the family would like us to say that they don't have a comment at this point. But we know that the reporters are going to do what they're going to do. So what's up with that bullshit? This whole time, we can't talk to media, but you can use content creators to push your fucking narrative? Chris, Katie, Seth? The fuck? The fuck? Stop saying you can't talk to the media when you use creators to push your fucking narrative. And creators who are acting like Katie is some victim in all of this, she's the one who pushes some of this shit. But no one wants to talk about that. No one wants to talk about that, do they? Call me a liar. I dare you. Same way with Chris. Guaranteed. Same way with Seth. Guaranteed. If you got something to say about your son, do it your fucking self. Quit hiding. People should not want your child home more than you want your child home. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Now, you can unfollow me. You can talk shit about me. You can do whatever you want to. I stand 10 toes down on what I just said. You can get mad. You can get glad. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. I'm tired of people using this young man as though he's not a real life, as though he's not a real soul, as though he doesn't matter. He does. You got Crabtree out here spending every moment he has trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. What do y'all do? Y'all fucking beat the shit out of him every opportunity you fucking have. I don't see eye to eye with Crabtree on a lot of shit. Me and Crabtree have butted fucking heads. But you know what Crabtree does every opportunity he has? He gets out there and he does something. But you motherfuckers want to talk shit about him all the time. You motherfuckers want to cut him down all the time. Clue and Cletus. I don't like Clue's mouth sometimes. I tell Clue she needs to chill the fuck out constantly. But you want to know what Clue and Cletus are doing? They're investing their own money into drones. They're investing their own money into equipment. They're out there in those woods. They're lowering themselves down into holes and looking. What the fuck are the rest of y'all doing? I don't agree with everything Clue does. I damn sure don't agree with everything Clue says. But you know what I can appreciate? I can fucking appreciate someone actually getting the fuck out there and doing something. But instead, you would rather talk about the Secret Service and fucking Donald Trump.
Oh, and don't forget the added preacher.
I'm over it, man. I'm over it. Who's going to be the voice for Sebastian? It's not Katie. It's not Chris. It's not Seth. If anybody at this point has been yelling from the rooftops about their son, it is fucking Seth. While everybody wants to hate Seth, he's the only one who's screaming from the rooftops for his son. I don't like Seth. I have my own personal opinions about Seth. But Seth ain't giving up on his son yet. Seth doesn't care if people beat him down. Seth keeps going, whether you call him a pedo or you call him whatever else. He's still actively trying to find his son in one manner or another. He may not be out there on foot like he claims.
Yeah, he's looking for his boy. He wants
But he has
his
a
boy
team.
home.
You may not like the fucking team he has, but he has a team. Everybody seems to know so much about what Seth is or isn't doing. We don't fucking know. We don't know. I don't know what happened to Sebastian any more than y'all know what happened to Sebastian. And I know what's not going to help find Sebastian is tearing apart every fucking, just tearing everything apart someone does. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I have to say. It doesn't matter. I'm a nobody with a channel, right? I'm no different than anybody else. I'm a nobody with a mouth and an opinion. You don't have to listen to what I say. You don't have to think what I'm saying has any value whatsoever to it. You don't. You could be sitting there rolling your eyes right now thinking I'm a complete idiot. I'm good with that. But somebody had to say it. Stop babying Katie. Katie's a grown-ass fucking woman. Grown-ass woman. She can take up for herself. Let me get my breath, guys.
And I'm here. I just want you to
Guys,
hear this
respectfully,
conversation.
I don't care if you think Seth's doing it for the money, Jimmy John down the road's doing it for the money. I don't give a shit why people are doing it. But as long as they're doing it to find Sebastian. Like, I don't care if you make $1 million off of this case. If Sebastian's found, I don't give a shit. I don't pocket watch people. That's weird. We are grown folk. How I make my money or you make your money is nobody else's fucking business.
This conversation is long overdue.
Someone tell me something. Has a single accusation, a single accusation that the green team has made, has it ever been shown with receipts?
No.
Someone answer that for me, please. Have a single allegation made by the green team been shown any proof of? Okay, that's what I thought. No. Okay, cool. Now, Chris has done most of the talking for Chris and Katie. Have y'all found any lies that Chris has told in this process?
Yes.
Yes or no? Whether you think what you think or not, Yes or no? Has Chris lied in any of his interviews? I think what's interesting is you have people saying no and yes. I think that's what's interesting. That some of y'all can't recognize a lie.
Plus, he lies by
So would it be
omission,
safe
too.
to say that both sides have lied to us? Would it be safe to say that both sides have lied to the general public? So then why the fuck are we trusting anything any of the three of them say? Why are we trusting people that haven't been cleared by law enforcement? Why are we pushing agendas of people that haven't been cleared by law enforcement? Have any of y'all seen the video of Seth at work from 6 to 7 a.m.? Any of y'all seen that video? Have any of y'all seen the video of Chris at his campground Sunday night? But we're just sitting here believing that they exist, right? Because law enforcement hasn't made an arrest, right? Is that the only reason we're believing it? I want y'all to answer something for me. I feel like this was something that was overlooked. Okay. When the emails came out about Seth, Katie, and Chris discussing putting Sebastian into a home, obviously we all remember that, right? Put a rooster in the chat just to make sure that we all remember that. Guys, I will read your super chats, I promise.
Creators like him are ones that really need to be supported because they tell the truth. They don't spin a narrative.
Someone take Angela out of here. Do her a favor. It's not her. This isn't the place for her. Okay. Now let's talk about this email for a second. They all three had made the decision, allegedly, according to Katie. That's where it came from. Okay. Allegedly, they had all three come to the conclusion that they were going to try to find him a home. And then allegedly, it was too expensive. So then it was, okay, you're going to go to Seth's. So if all three of them were okay with putting him in a facility, why would it make any sense for one of them individually to kidnap him and go hide him in a facility? They all three had agreed to send him to one. No one needed to go grab him, hide him, and put him somewhere. Allegedly, the issue was the money, the cost of it. So if 3 of them can't afford it, how the fuck is one of them going to secretly afford it? But no one wants to talk about that because that doesn't go along with the agenda. That makes no fucking sense. But nobody wants to talk about the goddamn trash truck, huh? Nobody wants to talk about the goddamn trash truck, huh? Oh, what trash truck are you talking about, Truth? I don't know, the one you saw in the neighborhood that day? I guess they just accidentally went to the dump. I guess they just cautiously went. They didn't have a reason. I'm sure they were just pulling that out of the air. Why would Officer Craddock, Deputy Sheriff Craddock, say that the trash truck video had no evidentiary value, but then when asked, could it, he said, we don't know what we don't know, which means it absolutely has evidentiary value.
That comment right there on the screen, guys. That right there. The police don't do anything unless they feel the need to.
Y'all are worried about cars, lights, pretend flashlights. Look over here, not over there. Y'all got to be smarter than this, guys. And I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm not saying that that's the answer. I'm just saying, why is nobody looking into the obvious? The obvious. Y'all want to have these conspiracies of Jimmy Joe, Huckleberry Finn came in and, aliens came in with flashlights and escaped in no vehicles and the fuck? I'm not holding my tongue very much longer. I'm going to put it that way. I'm going to put it that way. I'm not holding my tongue much longer. See, there's the one thing in my life since I got sober that I take pride in, right? That I take pride in. And that's that being true to yourself is very important, right? Being true to yourself is very, very important. And some of y'all motherfuckers, some of y'all have been doing some shit. And see, this is probably what's going to happen. Because I've said what I just said, some people are going to get nervous. I'm going to get doxxed. I predict it. I predict it. There are some creators out here. There are some creators out here who are working really hard. And very soon, I'm going to be able to tell you who those creators are. Y'all take care of that issue, please, moderators. You know? Maybe stick to the scanner. You're all over the place. Vivian, you have a good night.
So many people that just don't want to hear the truth.
It's all right, Clue. No worries. I think it's interesting. I think it's real interesting. Y'all want to sue people that are trying to help find a young man while calling out bullshit? And you got people that support that? That's interesting. That's real interesting. You know, y'all think it's fun and funny to put mothers in a position where they have to fight
Single mothers
for themselves because you want to be a fucking bully? You know? It's crazy to me. Listen, I may or may not even like Granny. Doesn't matter. What does matter is she doesn't deserve to be being sued. Nope. Nope. I find it interesting that you can get restraining orders against a woman who, by obvious means, most people don't like. I get it. But it's interesting to me that you can get a restraining order against Bullhorn Betty, but you won't get a restraining order against Dog the Bounty Hunter when he encouraged people to come kick in your front fucking door. Why is that? Why is that? I don't understand that.
Well, I think the reason that is because
Why?
Bullhorn Betty was actually on their property and Dog the Bounty Hunter hasn't been.
Why haven't you filed
But
any paperwork against Nick?
still,
He's out here suing people that are trying to find your son, calling you a murderer, calling you a this, a that. Where's the legal action against him? That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. I disagree, Body. When you tell people that they have a legal right to kick someone's door in, go in, pull them out of their house, and then call law enforcement, that's inciting a felony. I have to disagree with you.
And let's be
When
very
you tell
clear,
people that they are legally protected to do such, and in fact
no
they are
one
not,
can kick your door in legally. They're not, they don't have the authority to do that, nor does Dog the Bounty Hunter. He's a civilian, nothing more.
I'm not here to be a lawyer. I'm just saying it seems real weird that we're picking and choosing. It's the same way the green team is picking and choosing what creators to go after. So is the other side. There's no difference. And I'm not taking one side to the other. This isn't a dislike towards Chris. I don't dislike Chris. I actually think Chris is a decent dude. I have nothing against Chris. But facts are facts. If Seth is so concerned about morals and how a family is supposed to be, and his nuclear family, why is he okay with all the unmoral shit being done in the name of his son? You got a team named after a missing young man, but that team is actively going after the person who gave birth to that young man. How is it? How is it that all the way up until right before Sebastian went missing, Chris, Katie, and Seth were co-parenting? And if you think for a second that Chris and Seth were the only ones texting, you're fucking crazy. Because Katie and Seth had a texting relationship too. If I'm lying, sue me. You won't. So why is this picture being painted that Katie is so scared of Seth? Why? How? How is that possible to be painted? You want me to believe, and I'm about to say something that's triggering. Will my moderators please give a trigger warning? This is a trigger warning to anybody who has had to endure any type of unjust, inappropriate type stuff to them. I don't know the right word to use, but if I could get a quick trigger warning.
And for anyone watching on my stream,
Thank you, Clue.
this is a trigger warning. So just be
And I'm going to
prepared.
give another opportunity for anybody who wants to mute for a second. I'll put my hand up whenever I'm done talking if you want to mute for a second. I really want to be respectful about what I'm about to say. Okay? When I put my hand up, if you've muted your screen, then you'll know that I'm done talking, okay? You want me to believe, as someone who was molested as a child, you want me to believe that you're going to sit out here and talk about the things that Seth did to you and that, all of these horrible things, but yet y'all co-parent, you send your son to their house or to his house. You give permission for him to go live there and go to school there. But a simple GoFundMe broke y'all. Not the alleged abuse that you claim occurred before you were 18 years old, which conveniently only came out after Seth made a statement about things that happened before Sebastian was born. It was never brought to the table before then. You're telling me you look past that. You allowed your son to have a relationship with the person who abused you, allegedly, according to you. I'll stand on the 2 feet saying, you, Katie, said he did it. You did. Call me a liar and I'll prove it. You want me to believe that a GoFundMe was more hurtful, harmful than any of the accusations that were made. You want me to believe that you can't get past the money in order to work to find your child. I'm not saying your accusations did or didn't happen. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't live your life, and I don't know your story like that. And if it did, in fact, occur to you from the bottom of my soul, from one victim to another victim of that horrendous type activity, I am sorry you had to go through that. But if you were woman enough and human enough and mother enough to put that shit aside and not ever worry that he was going to do that to your child, right? You're telling me you can't put it all aside over some money? No, that don't work for me. That don't work for me. Guys, y'all can keep telling me I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm not. I'm not. I promise you I'm not. After this live, I assure you there are going to be people that are very angry at me. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Because the fuck shit has to stop. Crimson, it didn't happen in public. It happened on a phone call. I'm telling y'all, I have no reason to fucking lie to y'all. The fuck do I gain from it? All people have been doing is lying to y'all. They've been lying to y'all. Both sides have been lying to y'all. Both fucking sides.
And lying by omission. Because they leave things out, important things, or skirt an issue that is asked about. So
maybe it's the medicine talking. Maybe I'll blame it on me having pneumonia right now. Guys, if y'all think that I'm sitting here talking out of my ass, tell them to prove me wrong. Tell them to come out and prove me wrong. Why is it that everything with Chris, Katie, and Seth always has to do about something sexual? Why? Why does everything revert back to sex or sexual indecency? conversations, comments. It's not just Seth. It's not just Seth. Once again, if I'm lying, sue me. I bet you won't.
I've heard Chris making passes at women on YouTube videos.
That includes Chris, Katie, and Seth. Now, I've never met Seth. I've never had a conversation with Seth. But the reports are out there. The testimony's out there. Why have y'all hidden the big secret this whole time, Chris, Katie, and Seth?
They've hidden a lot. They really, really have. And their son is missing.
I want y'all to notice something. There's nobody in here denying what I'm saying. I think some people need to start talking some truths. I think that people need to start getting real with themselves. I do. If y'all care about this young man, why aren't y'all out here talking? You don't mind using creators to talk for you. Why aren't you talking for yourself? You got these creators out here spending day in and day out trying to help find your son. You're allowing people to be drugged through court on behalf of looking for your son, but you don't want to come out and be honest with the people? Real simple. And Thor, you're right. Nothing I'm saying is going to change what a lot of creators are doing. It doesn't change what I'm saying is being not fact.
The reason it isn't is because those creators don't have any ethics in their body.
I'm just speaking my mind. You don't have to believe a word I'm saying. That's fine. It doesn't do me good or bad one way or the other, whether you believe what I'm saying. It doesn't. But I had to get that off my chest. Just kind of how I feel about it. It's interesting. Hold on a second, guys.
I really do like how he puts things. I mean, he's blunt. And I'm a blunt person. I don't sugarcoat words.
There you go, Queen.
We're coming to the part where some other creators are going to be coming on panel now. He just sent QueenBee the...
Queen, I dropped you a link in the chat. Clue, I dropped you a link in the chat. Guys, I hope y'all know this is not comfortable for me to do. I hope y'all know that I'm extremely uncomfortable with the conversation I'm having right now. I hope that it's obvious that this is not enjoyable for me to do. This conversation probably is not enjoyable for any of y'all as well. This conversation What's up, Clue? I told you I was only going to be able to hold my mouth for so long.
Okay.
I mean, would you disagree with much or any, or I mean, maybe there are some things you disagree with. Is there anything that I've said that you would disagree with or you'd like to say otherwise too?
The only one thing that gets me is when we talk about them being able to like co-parent, right? And then the GoFundMe breaks them up, right? I do have to at some point give credit to at least Chris because he, went to the vigil, tried to.
He did.
And then the next day it was right back to, he didn't attack Chris the next day. He only attacked Katie, right? Which, I mean, Katie wasn't there with Chris trying to mend a fence. You know what I mean? It was just Chris. But I think he probably was, speaking for her, saying, like, you keep attacking me and her and whatever. But I don't know.
Queen, do I need to drop another? Here, I'll drop it again for you. It may have gone up too far.
This case is literal psychosis, in my opinion.
The lady that's on the screen now,
in my opinion,
is CLUEmanaiti.
And I probably am going to stand alone on this, and that's fine. But I get saying that Seth is out here doing things. He's trying. But today there is an association with a pastor of a church.
Right.
Where, again, someone who is completely effing innocent could be being brought into a suspicion for nothing. Literally nothing. And I mean, I said it on my live and I meant it. Like, if I were in this situation and the person that I fathered, the person that fathered my child was doing all of this, I mean, I would be furious. I would literally be furious. This, like, what if this preacher isn't involved? I'm going to go on a limb and assume he's not. But what are you doing? Not because it doesn't just stop at the preacher, right? It goes to the entire congregation, the entire community of people who go here literally to their sanctuary to worship. You're putting a stigma on for what?
I agree.
So I get the whole perception that he's out here doing things, but at some point, I am going to consider the things that his team is doing. Because let me tell you, I've also heard about this same team having talks about planting evidence on my fucking property. I didn't know who Sebastian was before he went missing. How the fuck are you going to try to make me look like I'm guilty of a goddamn thing? Where the fuck does that even come from, bro? Where does that even come from?
I think at the end of the day, the tit for tat bullshit, I cannot sit and honestly say that the tit for tat bullshit has not most likely contributed to some level the fact that we are no closer today than we were 10 months ago.
I agree with that.
Running Bear. That is absolutely untrue. They were not told by law enforcement not to speak to media. Go back to the original Sumner County Sheriff's Department release where they specifically said the Proudfoot family is asked not to be, they don't have a comment at this time. However, we know that y'all as media outlets are going to do what y'all are going to do. Now, does that sound like law enforcement backing that up, or does that sound like go do what you're going to do?
Tell Queen I'm going to email her.
Queen, she's going to, I mean, you just told her.
Yeah, you can fucking hear me, my bad. Queen, I'm emailing the link.
The other guy
So
that you heard
this is what
talking,
I want people to understand by what I'm saying.
hang on.
I'm not saying that Katie is guilty.
The guy that you heard talking in the background with on CLUEmanaiti's screen is her fiance Cletus. I'm not going to say husband because people are hounding her like crazy about when they're going to get married and stuff. But I feel like Clue and Cletus will get married when they're ready to get married. But I really do like Clue. I watch Clue's channel a lot. And I have a lot of respect for her and Cletus because they are the ones, as far as YouTube creators, that are going out and actually looking. They're spending their own personal money to buy drones and buy other equipment so that they can try and help find this missing young man. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Guilty of anything. I'm not saying Chris is guilty of anything. I'm not saying that Seth is guilty of anything. But I'm so tired of this one-sided bullshit where y'all are making out Chris and Katie to be these just quiet, they're not doing anything, when they're causing just as much shit in the background by giving information to creators and having creators go push it. What's the difference in them doing that and Seth doing that with his team? There's no difference. And there's no secret. The people that talk to Chris and Katie on a personal level, if you will, have been very clear and said, you are suspect to us, me. We are not friends. Some of y'all don't seem to understand that. And Clue can vouch for this. We have had that conversation. I have had that conversation with Chris and Katie and told them both that they were just as guilty as anybody else. And they weren't getting a free pass in my book. Right or wrong, Clue?
Correct. I mean,
Thank
right.
you.
Sorry.
So for anybody who thinks that I'm over here,
right now.
Huh?
You're scary right now.
I'm just aggravated, yo, because it's like every day I come on here, there are some creators on here that I really like. Queen's somebody I like to watch. I watch Betty, even though she drives me insane. I watch Dolly. I watch Clue. I watch a number of Granny's watching. I watch even Nonsense is Nonsense. I watch a lot of people that I think are good fucking creators, but we may not look at things the same way on this case, right? And I'm so tired of coming on to watch those creators that I like constantly talk about hatred and anger in each other. When y'all are really fucking good at doing what y'all do, you don't have to keep doing this bullshit. This isn't a hate towards anybody. This is some of you creators are fucking amazing at what y'all do. But that's not what y'all are doing right now. I was a fan, a follower, a subscriber,
Clue
whatever
is
you want to call it,
amazing.
well before I ever had a channel. You know?
Is
And I
she
also
still in
haven't been
here?
able
Is
to
Queen
smoke.
still in here?
I don't know. I still haven't been able to smoke weed in 3 days, so there's probably half the problem.
No shit. You don't fucking say. These motherfuckers are in this chat literally saying you need some THC before they 5150 your ass.
No, I mean, you can say what you want to because people just don't want the truth. The truth doesn't fit the narrative that people are pushing.
I do agree with
I agree.
that, right? I do wholeheartedly fucking completely agree with that shit. And, you know, it's really a eye-opening thing to spend time on the ground doing shit, come out and put out what you found and see it, just people lose their goddamn mind over it. And it's like, it was never intended to cause anybody to lose anybody's mind over, right? But then you step back and look at that and go, why? And it's like, you cannot fucking talk about this case without talking about it in a way that fits somebody's fucking narrative. Otherwise, it's either not heard or it's fucking scrutinized to death. The shit cannot just be what it is. There is a 16-year-old child missing, and a lot of people want him found.
True. Renee Lemberg, how do you know that to be a fact? You mind answering that for me?
Did he just say Betty was a good creator?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that Betty has good abilities. I think that she's misguided in this case, and I think she's been misguided in the way that she's done things. But I do believe that at her core, she is good at researching. It doesn't mean that I'm going to support her, but I have a respect for any creator who's going to step out and just be themselves. Right? It doesn't mean I have to like them. It doesn't mean we got to be friends, but I can show mutual respect. That's all. Let me go through this real quick, guys. Thank y'all for being patient. Mama's a Cat, thank you for becoming a member of the Elevated Truth Podcast. Welcome. The Five Canes, What's the Secret? Patty Savage, thank you for gifting 50 Elevated Truth Podcast memberships. If you got those memberships, please make sure and thank Patty. Patty, thank you for always being here and supporting. Dilly, thank you for gifting 5 Elevated Truth Podcast memberships as well. If you got one of those, please make sure and thank Dilly. Queen, I'll bring up in just a second, ma'am. Crazy Cooter Grandma, it's getting crazier and crazier, isn't it? It is. Thank you for being here for 1 month. Sailor Purge Queen, thank you for being here for 1 month as well, and a member of the Elevated Truth Podcast family. Love you and feel better. Thank you for doing this. Thank you. Guys, I'll get to the rest of y'all's in just a minute. Let me get Queen up here. What's going on, Queen?
What's happening, man?
I'm struggling today, but I'm here.
Hey, you know what? That's what we all do from time to time. But listen, I'm like tired of the bullshit in this case. Is there something going on that I'm not? Because I mean, I'm kind of picking up what you're laying down, but there's a little bit that I'm not.
Well, I think that there's a level of, you're going to understand this a little bit, and I hope you do. And this isn't for the chat, right? This is directly for you.
This is what I'm talking to me and you, not the chat. I mean, I'm just directly from you. Like, what's, you know what I mean?
So this is what I'll say.
Talk to me privately, you can. That's fine.
And we can, but this is what I want to say. When you're dealing with someone who's under the age of 18, you have to be very careful what you say on a public platform.
True.
Okay. And if there's anything that I'm not going to do, I'm not going to embarrass or disparage a 16-year-old young man who has autism when I have autism myself. If people can't pick up what I'm putting down without me saying XYZ PDQ, that no disrespect, but they don't need to know.
Right.
You know, we're at a place where everybody looked at this email being released, right? As, oh, you know, wonder why did they bring it up? But nobody looked at the fact that all three parents had thrown their hands up, right? And then the narrative wants to be pushed that Seth put him somewhere, or Katie put him somewhere, or Chris put him somewhere. How does that make any sense? If they had all three agreed to do that, it was too expensive. So then one of them are going to go kidnap their own kid, send them to the place and pay for it themselves without anybody knowing? That don't even make sense.
Yeah, that didn't make sense from the jump.
How did Sebastian do an online FAA course that doesn't exist, but got a certificate for it, but happened to get the certificate from a certain neighbor's son's girlfriend? Also happens to be the same person that Chris had a verbal altercation with one night.
Which is that the same one that was just out there with the whole, let's, you know, not talk about, they knew about the girlfriend and the boyfriend leaving and all that? Okay. See, I ain't talked to Chris in a long time. I haven't talked to, I swear to God, I ain't talked to him in a really long time.
Me neither.
Okay.
Chris and Katie quit talking to me. That's fine. I don't care. This has been 2 months ago.
Talking to them, I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't really.
Let me say this, because I want to be clear about this. I'm not saying this because they quit talking to me. Like, they didn't quit talking to me because there was a falling out. We quit talking because there was nothing more to talk about. I'm not there to be your friend. I'm not there to be your buddy. I'm there to find out as much as I can about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. When there's no longer anything else that I feel that I can find out, I'm not there to kick it with you. And they knew this the whole time. This is no secret. I was very blunt and open with my reasoning for talking to them. It was never hidden. I've told Katie since day one, I think she's guilty of something, to her face. I also said it's possible that Seth is guilty of something. I've also said it's possible that Chris is guilty of something. But I don't think a 15, now 16-year-old boy disappears. And there's only one route out of the neighborhood other than the back of her car.
Yeah, kids don't just vanish.
The dogs went to the end of the driveway and stopped. Do I need to draw lines? What is that?
I'm sorry, it's our clock. It's our clock.
You know, I'm not trying to be rude in any way. I hope everybody understands this. Like, I'm not trying to be rude in the slightest. But we as creators, and I'm a new creator. Listen, I have screwed up my first 8 months really a couple good times, right? I'm a new creator on this platform. I'm learning the ins and outs, right? But the one thing that I've learned is that if you don't stay true to yourself, you're going to sell your soul out on this site. And I can't do
brother.
that. The lies are rampant, and it's because certain individuals won't come out and talk, but they'll do all the talking behind the scenes.
And we all know that when you tell
I
somebody
don't think the
something,
garbage man
it gets
kidnapped him.
changed.
Nope, I don't think the garbage man kidnapped him either.
No,
No.
I agree. He didn't.
To me, that's as crazy as this preacher having anything to do with it. But
Yeah, that's. I don't know. I still, in my mind, don't see Katie doing anything to him, though. But again, I'm not an investigator. I'm not the police. I don't. There's things I don't know either. You know what I mean? So, but I
I'm
don't
not.
think
Listen,
anybody
I'm
thought
not.
he went to a home. I don't think anybody thought he. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I'm not saying.
nor the construction crew. I do agree with that. Like,
What?
did anything to him.
I wonder if Sebastian knew that they were having discussions of putting him in a home. And then he just finally said, I don't want to go in a home. I'm booking it. I'm out of here. Very well could have.
I mean, look, here's the way I see this, right? Now, I mean, it is what it is. I think everything from him walking off to fucking aliens abducting him are still on the damn table because we're 10 months in and we got nothing. We got
Thank you,
nothing
body
more.
moving.
We got nothing more than exactly what we had day one. When you take
Is that true though? Is that really true?
Well, when you take the narrative bullshit away from it, what have we got? We got nothing except a bunch of shit pushed as a narrative or taken as a narrative. And quite honestly, none of it is really, there's nothing out there that's really hardcore that says a damn thing that anybody is talking about, right? That
I
it's just
agree with Clue.
not. There's nothing out
Or
here
with
that's
Cletus,
really
rather.
fucking moving the needle.
Because everybody's so caught up in the conspiracies, they're not able to see what's right in front of them, in my opinion.
Exactly, Truth.
How long did they search the landfill?
Nobody
Well, how do we know?
knows.
How do we know they ever stopped searching the landfill?
Well, I mean, they came out and said they didn't find anything. Didn't they come out and say they didn't find anything there? They only checked it.
They never said they stopped looking. They just said they hadn't found anything.
No, they said they stopped looking.
Do you believe they stopped looking, Clue?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. The way you flung back in that chair. Hold on now.
I mean, if that's what she
Calm
believes,
down.
that's what she believes. I mean, I can't tell her what she does and doesn't believe. I don't believe that, but you know, if she believes that, that's her belief. You know, I just think that it's odd that we've run down all of these roads of nonsense, but we're not looking at what's in front of us. Let's rule that out then.
I
Let's
mean, I
rule that
only say
option
that
out.
because of a message that was, if I'm not mistaken, you were a part of, where the person said they came and they left. Now, if she's lying, then I don't know what to believe, but I'm just saying.
But there's my point.
If that woman is lying, then okay. But am I going to take what the woman said and go with it? Sure.
I think the point of this is that people are picking and choosing who they want to believe, when what we should be doing is looking at exactly what we have, right? It's that simple. If law enforcement hasn't given us anything, not a possibility, not anything, what do you think that should lead us to believe?
Law enforcement isn't going to give YouTube creators anything.
Not everybody at once now.
Well, I think it's really odd that they got their electronics back and Seth hasn't yet.
I agree with that.
Let me ask you a question.
I also think it's really.
Have we seen proof that they got their electronics back? Or are we
Yes.
just going off what they said?
Yes.
You say, and that included Sebastian's electronics.
Yes.
And didn't Seth say that he could get the electronics back, but he had to go down there to get them?
I don't remember it.
I don't recall that either.
I don't remember hearing that. I remember him
Chat,
saying
let me
that
check
about,
with the chat real quick, because I'm pretty sure 2 months ago or so, it was something said that he had to go down there and get them.
I don't think.
All right, Body Movement said yes.
I never heard that. I heard him say he wants his stuff back.
Yeah.
He wants Sebastian's stuff back so he can put his room back how it was when he comes home. He wants it back to be the way it was.
Hold on. Body Movement said yes. Other
That
people are
was
saying
thank
no.
you. Somebody said that was the gun in Cali. I do remember hearing that they said he could have his gun back, but he had to come and get it.
He could have his gun back, but he had to go get it himself. Yeah.
I'm not talking about that, guys.
I know, but I personally don't ever remember Seth saying that about the electronics.
What can you guys? I was gonna say what live stream and timestamp do y'all know where it's at, or can one of y'all find it?
Out of the 800 hours, you know what I mean?
A whole list of them. We've been going through them.
Some
of them are privated, though. I will say that.
Yeah, because he did say he said something. I don't know, something about Sebastian's and his electronics being wiped.
No, well, Sebastian's, was it the PlayStation wouldn't work or something after he got it back?
What, it was Sebastian's. It was Sebastian's PlayStation. But he got it back.
Said it was already broke.
Hold on.
It didn't work and he couldn't watch TV, so
yeah,
offered to give him the one that he had.
So Body Moving said she was saying yes to the Proudfoots getting their electronics back.
Right.
Not Seth. Not Seth saying that.
Yeah, I don't think Seth ever got Sebastian's electronics back. He was still bitching about it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Either way, it's obvious to me, based on the explanation that we have, that I understand Body Moving. It's my understanding that the way Seth explains it is he was being treated like a suspect on day one, just by his explanation, right? Flipped over the room, tore his house up, blah, blah, blah.
But see, normally they don't treat sheriffs like that. Normally they don't treat a guard like that. They're not going to just, you know what I'm saying? They usually have respect for their brothers in blue.
Seth ain't a brother in blue.
They normally don't just go in and flip the motherfucker's house. That's
Seth isn't law enforcement. He's just a jailer.
He's not a
guard.
No, but it's different. See, here's the thing that I've tried to explain through this whole case. I was born and raised in Nashville, Tennessee. The Davidson County Sheriff's Department is the only sheriff's department in the United States that is not legal law enforcement.
Correct.
They have law enforcement abilities over prisoners only, not civilians.
They can serve papers.
That's it. They are only law enforcement over prisoners. They don't have.
Well, no, I'm still saying they're still a part of the blue. You know what I'm saying? They still back the blue. They still don't. You know what I'm saying?
They don't recognize.
No,
them
they don't.
there,
yeah, they didn't go through the academy.
They're recognized.
They do here. The COs and the police are like bucked up brothers. You know what I'm saying? They don't.
Well, that's because they're actually law enforcement everywhere else except for here. They're not actually law enforcement.
Okay.
So they're not really a part. They're just like a regular beat cop. Honestly, probably looks at Seth like a glorified babysitter. I'm not being mean or disparaging.
Right.
I'm just saying that's like they know they're not like post-certified. They can't arrest people. So to them, they're not like a cop. You know what I mean?
Right. And listen, my reasoning for this live was strictly to say what I've said, obviously, and to reinforce the fact that this web that you weave, right, can sometimes encapsulate your own ass. So when you're behind the scenes playing these games, you're eventually going to have other creators start talking to each other, right? And you start realizing the games that are being played. Some people are okay with those games. And some people want to tell you to go fuck yourself when it comes to those games. Because if it was truly about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, there would be no need for games. It's my opinion. You know, it's, and then here's the crazy thing, right? Everything I'm saying is going to be broken apart by somebody, right? And that's fine. But I'm speaking off of having private conversations with Chris and Katie, right? Not one, not two, not three, not four, extensively, right? My experiences with having conversations with them and being smart enough not to have conversations with any of them by myself, right? Now, I will say this much about Chris and Katie. They both answered my questions, Chris especially. And I'll give Chris full, what do you call it, credit for answering any question that I had and was always respectful with me during those questionings, right? Or those questions. But in my opinion, the reason why Katie's not talking is because Katie can't keep her words straight. I said what I said, and I stand on what I said. Man, I've never heard a panel so quiet.
I mean,
Well, I was looking at this, the landfill search. It was done the 7th to the 9th. And so it was done on the 9th. They were done, and you know what I mean, kind of walked away from it there at that point. But see, I covered the Quentin Simon case, and it took months. It took like 6 weeks to find him.
yeah, they were in that bitch for over a month. Every
Right,
day,
they were digging every single day.
sun up to sundown.
Granny's watching. I dropped you a link if you want to come up.
Yeah, come up, put some input in on this real quick, because I know you right here with us.
I'm just tired of it, guys. I'm tired of it.
Like I said, well, I mean, if there's games being played, I really would like to know what the fuck's going on. Y'all talked to him way more than I did, more extensively than I did. So, you know, listen to that dog snoring. Sorry, y'all. I try to.
Is that what that was? Girl,
yeah, that's my dog snoring. That's my dog snoring. Listen.
I'm glad you said that. I thought she was over there passing gas. I was about to call you
out.
out.
Girl, she snores her ass off. She sounds like me and Truth sick as hell. We're both sick. She's over here.
I'm dying. Listen, y'all. I'm literally in this sweater. I'm running 103.7 degree temperature right now. That is no lie.
You're a fucking idiot being on this internet. I'm sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Hell no. I don't feel good. I'm not talking to shit.
I mean,
oh, that's true. You can't smoke, but why can't you eat? Why can't you eat a gummy?
I'm out of them.
You don't have a store?
I'm out of them.
They don't have no store?
I'm out of them.
Out of stores?
The little delivery may be coming soon. All right, I'm going to go back over here real quick. Sorry, guys. I had to. Mirabella, thank you for your super sticker. Alabama Mama 31, thank you for being here for 4 months. Thank you for speaking up. No one else would. Shelby Lynn, mic drop truth right here. Thank you for being here, Shelby. Miss Always Right says thank you. Thank you for being here. I think I got everybody. Thank y'all for your messages. Granny, are you coming up? Yay, nay?
Which, don't get me wrong, I wondered why the fuck they haven't came out and said anything. But I mean, I thought it was the best that they didn't. To be honest with you, everything says it gets picked apart. Everything Katie says and Chris gets picked apart.
It should.
You know,
it should. Why shouldn't it? Why shouldn't everything that Katie says get picked apart when she's the last person known to be with Sebastian? We're just going to give
it. I wouldn't want to come out and speak to these folks. I mean, shit. She's talking.
Well, listen, here's the thing. You can't use that argument and then go take information to YouTubers and have them push it.
Well, but who are they? Are they giving you information to push? I mean, what?
They have. They've tried to, and that was arguments.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
And that was argument. You want me to be real? Let's be real. Of course.
Yeah, no, I really do, because they didn't ask me to push a motherfucking thing. I mean,
see, here's what it is, though, Queen. Here's the thing, Queen. They don't have to directly ask you. They drop little hints. Hey, did you know this? Well, so and so told me that. I know for a fact. This is what they do because you're a YouTuber and a content creator. They know that if they say something that piques your interest, you're going to write it down and talk about it. They don't have to just come out and tell you the tea.
See, that's the thing, though. I didn't talk to him that much. Like, I mean, our conversations are not they're not in-depth conversations like that. Maybe they are with y'all. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys had more conversations with them than I did.
I'll tell you this. The 3-hour conversation between Katie and Chris is 100% believable.
I would agree with that.
Yep.
I second that.
1,000,000% believable, because all of their phone calls are a minimum of 3 fucking hours. Yes, but body moving, you can. I just dropped the link again.
I thought you gave Granny a link.
I did. She didn't.
Well, the first one you laid down didn't work for me. It kept saying 404, link not accepted. I'm like, what the fuck?
You might have to email it to her. I don't know what it is. It worked for Clue, and then
I was gonna say it worked for her, but then when somebody copied it and sent it to me, it worked fine. So
that's what I was gonna say. It tried to do that 404 to me. I saw the screen come up, but then all of a sudden it worked. It's StreamYard, man. This app is shit.
Yeah, it really is.
Let me see. I don't know if I have Granny's email or not.
So you think the 3-hour phone call was for an alibi to say that they were?
No, I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in phone calls that I've been on, 3 hours is not crazy.
They normally do talk like that. Okay.
Well, they talk to me like that. Like when
right.
I'm trying to copy this fucking link to send.
Like when Chris is at work and he's up in that crane. He has no problem talking to you for hours. That's not a bad thing. That's not a diss. But like, that's not a crazy thought. So when people say there's no way, absolutely.
My husband and I have been on the phone for hours.
I got them all.
Working for Body?
Oh
yeah.
I had to switch places.
Let me just say this before we get started. With all due respect, I'm going to ask that everybody that's up here be honest, because if you're going to be up here, right? Well, I'm just saying, because I know what some of y'all know, right? So if you're going to be up here, please don't put me or you in a position to have to say that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what this is about. I don't want to be put in that position. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
Cool.
I'm
Ladies,
sorry. What did you say?
Shut up, Clue.
I'm not being dead ass. I was getting some fudge. Never mind. I'm good.
All right.
So I've always been the kind of person that doesn't ever want to talk to like family members of victim, because it can like totally sway your opinion on what's actually happening.
Yeah.
And this case proves why that theory is the way you need to be, right? So there was an incident. Remember when Terry Lynn found those pants?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then do you remember when like Barbecue and I was in the box too, and Clue and Jay were on TikTok, and we were informed that those were Sebastian's pants, and that people think that Terry Lynn planted those pants, right?
Well, it's not that people think it.
They were told.
There were text messages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that scenario right there and there really made me sus of the Proudfoots, because they absolutely are pushing a narrative that somehow somebody planted pants, right? Absolutely planted these pants. And I mean, it's almost like a look over there type of situation, and it really, really pissed me off. I was really taken aback that night. I was on panel and I had to get the fuck down. I was like, I'm not going to be up here for this. I'm not going to be pushing an agenda for anybody.
Wait, how did the pants go back to the Proudfoots?
Because my understanding is they're the ones who told everyone those were Sebastian's pants.
Oh, that wasn't my understanding.
And I will say, this is Queen and I were talking about this yesterday on her panel, how Nick came out and basically accused her of doing it too.
Of Terry Lynn.
Right.
I was in that conversation too, girl. Don't forget me.
Well, because you have to remember.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you came up there, Granny. That was my bad.
But what does that have to do with the Proudfoots? Sorry, Truth.
No, you're good. You're good. You know, but remember.
Because they're the ones who told everybody it was Sebastian's pants.
Oh,
and I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. What I'm trying to say is the pants thing, those aren't Sebastian's. But I think the Proudfoots are saying it's Sebastian's.
I disagree with you, Bonnie.
Do you?
See, I didn't hear from the Proudfoots it was Sebastian. It was Terry Lynn.
I did.
Oh,
I did.
I heard it through Terry Lynn. And
I did. I heard that they were Sebastian's pants, but they were a size too small that he had grown out of it.
Yep,
now y'all want
exactly
honest
Hold on.
Now, was that the
is
bag of clothes that Katie was donating to the Goodwill 2 weeks after Sebastian disappeared? Let's talk about that. Because that's where those pants came from.
Allegedly. I mean, the truth has got to start coming out. All of this fucking sidestepping around bullshit is for the birds.
That did not come. Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
For the holidays. Yeah.
That did not come from Barbecue. Barbecue didn't make that up, you guys. Barbecue didn't make that story up about the pants. I'm just responding to some comments. Barbecue wasn't lying about that. That's what she was told.
I was there when she was told that. It was at lunch.
Right.
I pushed back on all of you. So I said, without proof, we can't just say people are planting evidence.
But see, that's what I was questioning yesterday when I was talking to Queen. I'm like, why would Nick come out and literally say that Terry Lynn did that? Or pretty much assume, like, I assume that's who he was talking about. Because he said plants pan or something, or pants plant, fucking hell. Say that shit. Pants planter or something like that in a tweet. And it's like, well, if that was bullshit, why would Nick say that? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right, but what happened? Do y'all recall the clip I played of Seth saying he was talking to Julie, the dog handler, and he's like, I got his pants, I got his old clothes, I got his shoes, I got everything you can have, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Well, and not to mention T-Rev talking about the clothes that Michaela had.
Right. With that big ass fucking folder that she's got full of shit.
Right. So the pants could have been Sebastian's outgrown pants that Seth was the one in possession of and gave them to Terry Lynn. And Julia all connects back.
Here's what I can say with pretty good certainty. It was said to me that they were Sebastian's pants. They were a size too small. And that they were Sebastian's pants. And
correct. That's what I heard as well.
But did they come from Katie or did they come from Seth?
I don't know, but Katie's the one that told me that it was his pants.
Correct.
I mean, she's his
mother.
Now
you want to talk about people are going to be real pissed off? Just wait. How does Katie know about the pants? How does Katie know they're his pants?
Wait for what?
I thought he was about to like bombshell something. I'm like,
I did too, Grady. I'm like, what? What do we?
I thought my internet went out or some shit. I
didn't say.
Like, we hear? I think Katie probably knew because the police intercepted those pants.
Say that again?
Because the police ended up with those pants.
Yeah, Terry Lynn made sure she sat there until they came and got. Remember, she had to wade in the water. The guy wouldn't come down.
Yeah, she got a urinary tract infection. All the things we need to know. Yeah, she definitely. So
I'm
the
sorry,
police were
what?
involved then.
Never mind.
Yeah, girl, we heard about that for.
Hold on. With all due respect, I want to back away from all that because these are all players that are players, right? I want to go back to where we started this at. Okay, and the reason why
Is that true? Is that true what someone just said in chat, that she had to identify them through law enforcement?
She probably did. And she probably was able to because they were Sebastian's. But again, Seth ended up with a bag, allegedly, of Sebastian's old clothes because Katie supposedly was dropping them off at a Goodwill, and a searcher, aka a subscriber, saw her do so, called up Heather Cohen, and said, "Oh my God, I'm over here at this shop and Katie Proudfoot's here with a bag of clothes." She asked her to intercept the clothes. The lady went and told the lady what was going on. The lady said, "Sure, no problem." And Heather sent Seth over to pick them up. And Seth was saying, and he kept saying, I've been driving around with a bag of clothes in my car for over a week and they still haven't come to get them. But they were outgrown clothes. Yeah. I mean, apparently, allegedly. I don't know.
Well,
seems to connect.
Here's the thing, though, right? I think everybody can agree, even if that's true, they have nothing to do with Sebastian and where he's at, because obviously they wasn't on him. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I've sort of realized over the past couple of days, and it comes back around and hits me every once in a while, is that 99% of this stuff out here has absolutely nothing to do with the case. It's all a bunch of narrative stuff, and it's just like, when you really look at it and try to pick apart what's narrative and what's fact, there's facts that actually exist that matter. And that's why I say, like, I don't know, I've since the beginning, I've kind of been in question of, is social media really the place for a missing person case?
No. Thank you, Body, for not making me be the only one up here.
Absolutely, it's not. I've never covered a missing child, ever. You've never seen me? Oh, I'm on TV. This is what I look like. I just...
If I may, really quick, because of the super sticker, let me clarify. I don't know if it was actually 2 weeks. I don't know the actual time frame of it. I just know it was after. And I would have to go back and listen to Seth and find out the time frame he was saying. I mean, I have a bag of clothes sitting in my fucking car, to figure out the time frame.
So hold on, did Katie confirm those were Sebastian's pants to you? True?
Not me. I never spoken to Katie.
So
I've never spoken to either of them.
Who did she confirm? When were those confirmed those were his pants?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Who did she say those were his pants to? You? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't know if she said it on a live stream or if she said it to you. I was trying to figure out what live stream she said that on.
No, listen. And once again, that's not even a negative. But the idea that Chris and Katie aren't pushing heat on Seth is a lie. Right? Just because they're not out here actively doing it doesn't mean that they're not planting seeds to go after Seth. How the fuck do you think people found out about the alleged incidents that happened with Katie before the age of 18? Like it's things like that
hold on. I think that to be fair, came from she had 2 abortions before he was born.
Right.
Well, hold on.
And that's simple math.
Nope, I can't get down with that one.
No, that came from Seth, though.
Well, hold on, but I'm trying.
Go ahead, Cletus.
We found the screenshot. It's in the live stream. It's in Dolly's live stream where Seth said it. Let me go grab the live stream.
April 17th.
Or the screenshot, I mean.
April 17th.
I know that happened, right?
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the story about that, right after the fact, the specifics, so to speak, where'd they come from?
Well, I mean, I'm not like just all I remember is everyone like doing the math, right? When he was like
Mhm.
she had 2 abortions. Well, I mean, you said yourself you have to wait 6 months. Remember that? And
There's
it's
some
like
time, yeah, for sure.
you were like, so if that is the case, obviously she was under 18.
Well, we don't know if they were after Sebastian was born, though.
I'm going to
I
jump
mean,
down because
let's
I'm
be
not going to
fair.
catch the fall for all of this. I'm not doing it. I'm already
What do you
taking enough
mean?
heat for everything because you got assholes in the chat that can't clean their ears. So Katie told Granny personally they were
No, no,
Sebastian's
no.
name.
First of all, hold
I
on,
said,
Granny, don't get
but
down.
this is what
Hold
it's
on,
been. I get the heat for everything, right? I'm the one in a fucking
Right.
lawsuit for
hold
everything,
on,
and I'm the least one connected. So I'm gonna
hold
jump
on.
down. You guys
Let me
can all
deal. Hold
finish.
on. Don't go anywhere, Granny. Hold on. I'll
Shazay.
deal with it. I know. Hold on. I'll deal with it. Moderators, if anybody is being rude to Granny, X them out. This is not about Granny. This is not
I'll watch
about
that
Queen.
too.
This is not about me. This is about a real conversation. And if you're in the chat here to just stir shit, I don't give a fuck what your problem is with Granny, myself, Clue, Queen. Nobody has a problem with Body. But I don't give a shit what your problem is. This isn't about any of us. What I'm going to tell you is that there's people on this panel right now who have all had back behind the scenes conversations and have all held some type of information out of the best interest of Sebastian. And if these creators had not respected Sebastian as a young man, a lot more information would be on these streets.
Yeah, a lot.
Well,
And
and I'm
it's,
just gonna
yeah.
say we'll all be there in court in her defense. So keep on. Just keep the fuck on.
Yes.
And no, I just want to clear it up too. I've never spoken to any of the parents. Nobody told me anything. Just to be clear.
I don't
Oh,
agree
and
with every.
Kathy P just said what I couldn't remember the other half of it, but Kathy P just filled it in. She said that is how he named Sebastian after the 2 kids that would have been Wayne and Drake is where he got his name from. The name from the 2 abortions she had. You can't name
Listen,
him if it hadn't occurred. You know what I mean?
Oh, is that where that came from? I thought it was oh, okay. So yeah, because I just was like,
That's what,
well, incest defense, maybe it happened after Sebastian. So I didn't realize that. I
if
didn't
I'm
realize
not
Well,
that.
mistaken, that's what Trevor Lee said that Sean told him.
yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. So Trevor Lee said that's what was told to him, and when Seth was yelling at Trevor Lee on the panel, that's my son. I named him. Trevor Lee responded back, you can barely hear him, but he said that's because she was underage.
No shit.
That's what Trevor Lee says back in response. But I was told Sebastian is the name of the Never Ending Storybook movie. That's the name of the little boy. Katie always loved that name. Wayne is the Steph's father's name or something, and Drake is a
Yep.
baby dragon. So I've been told that story about previous baby, although they were never named, is what I've been told.
Right. And I've heard the same about the names as well. Wayne being the namesake for the father and Drake being a dragon.
That's also what I understood, that it was the dragon and the father. I never heard anything about previous children.
well,
So when we see things like Katie had, private medical procedures that women are entitled to have done, you can assume that it happened after Sebastian, right?
right.
Those private medical procedures that women are allowed to have weren't necessarily before Sebastian, right?
Well, so
I mean,
If
he
what
said that.
incest
Trevor Lee,
defense, right? Let's like
if
incest defense.
if what Trevor Lee, if what he says was told to him, it would have to be before, or he couldn't name the kids
Right,
after. You know what I mean?
right.
It
Okay, I
wouldn't work
gotcha.
that way. So
It wouldn't, right.
that's why people assume or drew the conclusion
Okay,
that she was underage.
gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
But here's the thing, and as a man, this is a conversation that angers me greatly. My mother was very, very young. She was 12 years old when she had my brother, 14 when she had me. and then I went into state custody. But I understand horrible things happening to someone who's young. I'm not giving any justification to that. But I have to point out, somewhere during their life, they came to some type of terms or whatever it was where they were able to raise Sebastian as parents.
Right.
Why is it that you can put all of these alleged things that you allege happen to the side in order to raise your child, but you can't put this stuff to the side to help find your child?
Well, I mean, it means, to be honest, because tensions are higher now. Like before, it was
Yeah.
kind of like, all right, we have to coexist, the better, and now there's like, well, you did this and you did that. Now all the years of built up, everything is at the surface. That's why.
Well, and
Yeah.
you're court ordered to work with,
Yeah.
like you have to now. That's
No,
really,
but they're not. Their court order is out of California, and they haven't followed their damn court order since they left California.
right. But
I mean,
So their
but
court, if
I feel like it's just like that's what you would do as a parent, right? Like if you agree this is the father, you want things to go smoothly, then
Sure.
it's just what you do.
Well, and a lot of times, because I've heard you say it before, True, so I kind of know.
Courts don't monitor the agreements. If agreements aren't being followed by either party, and the other party isn't going to the court to make the court aware, which is called, I can't even think right now. But you have to bring it before the court to let the court know the other party isn't abiding. If neither party does that, the courts aren't going to know.
Know what you're saying, aside from not saying it, you don't, until you get out of a mind state, do you realize the severity of things, right? Because I've heard you say before, like, if these things are true, then why would she even allow him to have visitation?
Mm-hmm.
And my answer to that is exactly that. Like, you don't think like the person's going to hurt your child. You don't think, like, you don't even realize the severity of everything until you're out of it, or you've spoken to others and are like, well, listen, that wasn't normal, that wasn't okay. And the one thing we can all agree on, whether you think Katie's guilty or not, she lived a hell of a life. Like, she had a lot of early on traumas.
Oh, I agree. And this is listen, I am in no way taking away from the traumas that Katie experienced, but with all due respect, fuck all that. It's about Sebastian.
So let me ask this, right? I've been sitting here thinking about the whole animosity between the two households. And, I do get the working together, the mindset of working together. I also get the, at this point, we're seeing probably years of animosity just come to surface out of frustration. But I think, honestly, it's probably just a snowball of shit, right? With emotions and then actions that lead to more emotions from all sides. Like, obviously there was issues over the GoFundMe that pissed everybody off because some people didn't want it, other people didn't want to be told no, they couldn't do it, and then it just spirals out of control with that shit. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know that they could work together.
I agree. I think.
Well, not now.
Well,
I don't think.
I don't think they could have then, because I think at the end of the day, you've already got a situation where there's probably some animosity that's just put aside in order to work together for.
I don't know. No, I don't. I'm sorry, Cletus. I can't get with that. They helped him move here. They helped him get his job. They helped him with so many things. If that animosity was real, they would have never moved him from California to here.
Well, listen, but you're looking at it strictly from just them. I'm looking at it equally.
Yeah.
is what I'm saying, right? Because I will say this, Chris going out there that day to talk to Seth, and I think Seth probably alluded to the same thing I'm about to say. Chris wanted to work with him, and they agreed, right? That's extending the olive branch, if you will. So I mean, could they have worked together? We will never know. But what my ultimate point is I think there was just a lot more animosity there than what we know. Or there's just a lot of fucking emotion that, none of us, or at least the vast majority of us, have never experienced, and hopefully never experienced, because we've never been in their shoes.
I disagree. I think they're playing on everybody's emotion and using emotionally charged ideas and conversations to play on people's emotions. All three of them.
I know for certain that they're using creators to sling mud instead of doing it themselves.
Absolutely.
For weeks.
Well, and that's one thing. And that's one thing I kind of wanted to come up here for. Like, we know that this preacher is being kind of like thrown under the bus right now, and this isn't the first, innocent. Let's assume, right? Innocent person that's being thrown under the bus, right? And it does upset me that all these creators. I'm not myself, because I don't really go after people. But these creators are going after each other in the name of the Proudfoots or Seth.
Yeah.
And they're just sitting back and like watching it happen and not doing anything about it. And that is upsetting.
Absolutely.
That is upsetting.
100%.
Very upsetting.
Yes, ma'am.
So like, I mean, here's the thing. Like, if anybody hears my voice, they don't care about you. Stop going after each other. They don't care about you. None of them.
Well, they did a great job, Baldy. I
agree.
What I've been screaming from the rooftops. They did such a good job at creating their own little personal armies that they created a great divide. And now you have all of us going at each other when we all want the same fucking thing. We all want to find Sebastian. They did a good job.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, and now instead of focusing on Sebastian, we're focusing on this ridiculous fucking tarot reader from a whole nother country. Like, why?
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Anything. It's infuriating, to be honest, because
and
not only that, but some of these slimy creators did it too, because they used this child, flipped and their parents to build an army against a long-lasting feud. Betty with JLR. Betty didn't start defending Seth until she got kicked out of JLR's little group and lost her stupid top contributor badge. She thought it was like a personal move against her. Brittany was calling out Tony and Seth until she saw that I was really going hard at Seth, and then all of a sudden she's defending them.
I remember that.
Step back.
I remember the night Tony went in her live for the first time. She didn't take the opportunity to like ask him any good questions. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, no.
You're 100% right, Granny. You're 100% right. 100%. And if they're going to sit back and just kind of watch as these innocent people are basically getting mobbed by a psychopath.
Let me clarify something, Marie Jones. A lot of people say this. Well, you go after creators every single day. Tell me when. Well, when I had Jay up on panel with me, aside from that, when the fuck do I ever go at other creators? I stick to the content. You listen to what people tell you about me. You don't bother to look for yourself. And no, I don't go at Seth every single day. I point out inconsistencies, and Seth is the most vocal. So unfortunately for him, he offered way more for people to tear apart if they want to look.
I mean, there's truth to that. Seth is given more ammunition, so to speak, than the Proudfoots have, but that's because the Proudfoots have given the ammunition to certain individuals. And, it's like, and the funny thing is, you would think that one of those individuals is Clue and Cletus. But in fact, Clue and Cletus, I've been on the phone calls with them, will bash heads with Chris and Katie. Like y'all have this confusion that Clue and Cletus are Team Proudfoot. They're Team Sebastian. Now, whatever friendship, relationship, whatever ship that they have with people is their business. But if y'all think for a second that they haven't gone head up and head strong with both of them, y'all are crazy. I've been on the phone when it's happened. Right? So there's no confusion here. The only problem is that creators don't talk to each other. Because these creators, in my opinion, have so much pride that they can't put it down for a case sometimes, right? And in this case, there's been so much behind the scenes talking. If some of these creators would come together in a Discord conversation or whatever and start putting all their information together, y'all would see how many of y'all have been played, in my opinion.
I agree.
Well, I'm just going to say this too, right? And I mean, I do realize that a lot of people can't come here, and I get that. And YouTube doing what they do is their way, and that's great. But I also do know that there are a lot of people that could, and I know for a fact that there are relevant areas that have absolutely not been searched by foot. And you know, I agree with getting together in a Discord, but I also think that some of the people that want to pick apart shit that people are actually doing on the ground, if they have the ability, should absolutely show up and just see what it's really about and take part in that.
Absolutely. I'll agree with
I
you.
am, for one, do I think he's out in the woods? I have no fucking idea. But until we eliminate that possibility, we cannot say he's not.
Let me ask you this, Cletus, and I asked you this the other night, but have to date, and y'all have been out there searching, I would say a good, 30, 40 hours?
Oh, we've spent some time for sure.
So probably about 40 hours. Have you found a single minute anything that would represent Sebastian had been there?
I have not, no.
Well, to be fair,
I can't say that.
But
Right.
here's my thing, right?
Like we've come across things, and there are things that are marked not by us, but by law enforcement that could allude to he was there or someone was there. How about that? I won't say he, but someone.
But the question was, have I seen anything that alludes to Sebastian being there? Well, that's obviously my interpretation of anything I've seen, and I have not. What I have seen is every time we've gone out and cleared a spot that I can comfortably, for me, say is cleared, we stumble upon a new area at the same time. Every single time. And then we go and we do to find that there is a possibility that area has not been as thoroughly searched as we thought.
I agree. Dude, it's so vast. Like, I know for me personally, it was like a situation of looking at the area on Google Maps, and you're like, oh, I mean, that's not bad. Then you get out there in the woods and you're like, okay, so on the map, we've gone from here to here.
Right.
Like, there's so many.
Well, and the terrain is so rugged. Like, it's so much more rugged than I imagined.
Oh, yeah.
It's wild. It is wild. I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Cows.
I think you guys are doing a really good job, though. I think you're doing a really good job of showing people, possibilities and how rugged the terrain is and how difficult it is to navigate. I think you guys are doing a great job.
You hear that, Bobby?
What?
He said, and we have cows.
Oh, yeah, the cowboy. How's my cowboy?
Not cowboy, girl. I'm talking about cows.
I know, but remember my cowboy with the chaps?
I remember your cowboy. I actually saw him again and talked to him, by the way.
Oh, tell him I said hey.
He's a lot younger in person than he looked on the video.
Oh, even better. Okay.
Well, this is something that I think is important. If the goal was to find Sebastian by everybody covering Sebastian's case, we wouldn't have people going after Clue and Cletus about what they've done. We wouldn't have people going after Stephen Crabtree.
Crabtree just lost literally his entire company today. Done.
I spend so much time on TikTok defending Crabtree that it's annoying.
But here's the thing about who created that environment.
I know.
There you go.
I know.
mean, not like just saying that, like, yeah, we get it. Nobody should be going after it. Just like Seth shouldn't be making fucking comments. Let me put it up verbatim when it comes to SF Investigates and every other credentialed person that has worked to find Sebastian. When he's making a comment, I have my own opinion of Stankfoot Investigation Services. When he's writing that, if this was about finding Sebastian, he would be thankful that SF is down there in Tennessee doing an investigation. He wouldn't be talking shit like that in a chat box with somebody that can barely stay awake. So for some reason, one or the other, there are people. I mean, and what was it? Fucking March, April? He sent out 6 cease and desist to people in Tennessee.
March 29th.
Who the fuck does that? What father does that?
Yeah.
And specifically,
it was May.
It was May. I'm sorry. Specifically, the wording. stop talking about
Sebastian
Rogers, specifically the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. I'm sorry, but that shit will always be sketch to me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
The other part of it that said, don't disclose, stop immediately search and blah, blah, blah. Don't disclose any information pertaining to his disappearance, and don't use my name or his name to enter properties. Like, weird shit like that. That's all weird to me. So when people are attacking people that are searching, that's why, because early on, he created this image of, here, these are the bad guys, and they may be. They could
And not
be.
only that, Granny, but add to that people were getting followed and like guns and serpentine belts were being. So you add this level of like sabotage and sides like immediately,
And
right?
then
Right.
we go out and we're not attacked at all. Not attacked. We even park our vehicles where you can see them. And of course, the response is, well, of course, you're working for the side that's doing it. Like, I hate to tell people this. I know it's gonna break some hearts when I say this. But if you think for 5 seconds, in my opinion, that Chris and Katie are worried about following people, slitting tires, cutting serpentine belts. Hell, I was blamed for Terry Lynn's fucking flat tires, and my fat ass was sitting in my recliner. Like, what are you? Whatever. Them people are out there working.
You know, with all due respect, I want to get back onto the subject at hand because I think we've kind of diverted off because of all the players involved in this.
But that's the ultimate issue, Truth.
Right, it is. And it happens at every live when things are starting to be talked about, as it diverts to creators. I want to stop talking about fucking creators.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about creators. I'm saying the issues began when there became a divide and people automatically placed you on sides.
Yeah,
but who created the divide? Who created the divide? That's the bigger question to me.
I'll tell you who did, because when Seth came back and he told everybody, he told the public, I'm going to be working with Chris and Katie, and if you don't like it, fuck you. It's literally what he said.
Fuck off.
Big creators, JLR, Pascal, Dolly went live and started saying things like people are going to want their GoFundMe money back. I don't know how many people are going to support this. And by that night, he was back online cursing them out. So that's where the divide became and stayed. Because he came out as the shining father, and they looked like the pieces of shit that left their house. And I mean, they did. They did look like it. They were. And right away, people were like, they must be guilty. And Seth fed off of that, and he fed off of that. And the minute he risked not having the public on his side, he decided he needed them more than it was important to work with the parents to find his son.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate. Right? If you believed that someone did something to your son, would you want to work with them?
Well, why would he agree to? If I believe that man did something to my son, the minute he had me pinned against my truck, I kick him in his fucking nuts and we'd be fighting. He fished down, right?
We talked about that, but let me put it to you this way. I don't know who did what. I have my own opinions, right? But my opinions are just that. And I think that I've done as much as I can to keep those off of my page because I don't want people to believe what I believe. I want people to be able to make their own decisions based on what they hear and what they see, right? But at the end of the day, if we're to believe all the things that we've been told, then any of the three of them could have done something, and any of the three of them could have not done something. But I will say this much. There's no video of Sebastian leaving that house anywhere. There's no video of any car picking up anybody. There's only a flashlight video and maybe one or two other ones, right? And if there's nothing showing him physically leaving that neighborhood, and there's only two things that left that neighborhood that morning, what are we supposed to think?
Well, I can I can battle that because there's no footage, right? Sure, there's no footage, but it was also supposedly during the night. And law enforcement themselves have reenacted walking through to see if any footage would pick them up, and it didn't. So this idea that he, just because there's no cameras that caught him means he didn't go outside that house, I have to disagree with that.
I'm going to add, hold on, because I too am going to add on to what Granny is saying right now. Our camera that we use, our night vision camera, trumps any security camera in that entire neighborhood. And I'm talking about 2 grown-ass men walking out front of that house, and you can never see anything. Not a goddamn thing, bro. When
It's
people
so dark.
tell you,
It's
when
so
people
dark.
tell you, I'm here, I've been there in the middle of the night. And when people say that it is so dark, you can't see your hand in front of your face, it is not a lie.
Yeah, that's what Bobby said. Bobby Binocular said that.
Okay,
It's
well
so dark.
that goes to my second point. Then I'm so glad y'all said that, because although you think that you just, somehow closed that off, you absolutely didn't. Here's my thing: if that's the case, there's no light, okay, and all Sebastian had was a tiny little toy flashlight, and he allegedly didn't have any shoes on, right? You're telling me that in wet dude grass, he didn't slip while running away from the house?
Who's to say he ran?
Well, I mean, because what do you mean? If you're walking in the dark in that neighborhood, if you go off into that terrain, you have to see the terrain. It's not possible.
Well, I don't think he went into terrain. I think we see a car light. Come on. I think he went into a vehicle. I think he met somebody.
I think he could have made it to Long Hollow and met somebody.
Right.
Where's the digital footprint then?
He doesn't have to have a digital footprint. It could have been it could have been anybody on the road.
How do you think people kidnapped before electronics were around?
Before electronics were around, they didn't have CART teams that could come in and figure out what phones were used, what Wi-Fi's were in the area.
Right.
Now, mind you, it was said that there were only 2 exterior internet sources that came in and out of the area that night. And isn't it funny how one person said one of them was his?
Yeah, that would be a little weird, for sure.
Oh, it got quiet real quick on that one.
I answered you.
I don't think I understand what you're. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why I'm quiet. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
He's saying supposedly on the night that Sebastian disappeared, they go through and they check like all the Wi-Fi in the area, and there was only 2 Wi-Fis that came in that area and left that area. Like 2 open networks, 2 traveling Wi-Fis came in and left.
Okay.
And apparently Chris claims one was his truck.
That night? That night?
They did the search for that night. So.
Why would Chris's truck be there?
I mean,
this is the first time hearing of this, so that's why I'm like, what?
Me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't really comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
Well,
it could have been the 25th through the 26th. I don't know. I mean,
25th through 26th still means that allegedly he wasn't in town.
I mean,
the 26th
he would have been.
Right.
Oh, right. The 26th he would have been. But if I'm not mistaken, I think the comment went something like, "Those dumb assholes didn't even know that it was my truck."
Lazy Wolf, you can't ask me what time because I don't know. I
That's
don't know what time.
That's really weird because, so you're saying it's like a hot spot that came in and out.
Yes.
And that's really weird because you have to turn those on. They're not just on. You have to turn them on. They're not just on willy-nilly.
I'm just telling you what was said. Right?
Yeah,
I can't stand by it.
It's really hard for me. It's really hard for me. I'm in tech. That's my job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really hard for me to believe that. And not that you're not telling the truth. I just don't know the source of that. It's hard for me to.
Chris.
Okay, so it's hard for me to believe that. Then it's hard for me to believe Chris. Yeah, not you, truth.
Right.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but it would make you ask the question, why would Chris say that?
Yeah, it would. It absolutely would. Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
It was said privately, y'all. And it was said to more than one person on this panel. So I'll leave it at that. It wasn't, and it was said at two different times. It wasn't said at the same time.
I mean, is Queen still here?
I don't know.
She might be feeding the dogs or something.
Yeah, at this point, I'm walking my cat. I'll be back.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, Truth. I can't really.
But would
It's
that
hard
not throw your head for a loop when you hear that?
Well, it is. That's why I really don't have a response, because I really need to process that, because it truly doesn't make sense, because Chris is basically saying his truck was in the vicinity and he turned his hotspot on during that time.
Now, let me say this, because Granny made a good point. It could have been that they did the 25th and the 26th, and because he came home on the 26th, it showed up.
Right.
Right.
Oh, so it's not during the time frame.
I believe they tested the 25th through the 26th, which is the time frame that he allegedly went missing. So if you say
it wasn't in the middle of the night.
We don't know that.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
But the response, my point wasn't so much his internet. It was the response of, these stupid motherfuckers don't even know it was my truck.
Well, and not only that, but I mean, truth be told, he does have an alibi, right? Like,
yeah, right.
So
does he?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I
I
think
don't
so.
know. I mean, even other people like Steph's private PIs.
Yep.
They verified it. Not Chris. Steph's tip line verified to me that Steph was definitely at work. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, it must not be too airtight if they're not clearing anybody. But as far as I understand, he's pretty much accounted for.
And let me say this: I don't personally think that Chris was involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I don't. You know what I mean? I think that he may know about it now, maybe, but I don't think he had anything to do with Sebastian going missing directly anyway.
I don't either. I don't either. I think that he is protective of his wife.
Yes.
I agree.
I feel like that if he did really know something without a doubt, I feel like they would get it out of him. Like, if that's true, if there's a chance that either of them did something, they know it won't be long before FBI does as well, right? Like, so time will tell, obviously, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't fucking know them, so I can't.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything to do with anything. I truly don't.
I don't either.
I truly don't.
I've stood by that for a long time.
And if he said my Wi-Fi, my truck, whatever to you or whoever, I don't know, but I would imagine it would be when he was arriving from the work site, right? I mean, that's what I would think. I thought you guys were talking about during the missing time frame, like let's say 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
That's what I thought too.
That changes everything.
No,
that was probably just him
coming
home.
Yeah, that's why I made the point to say there is no time. Right. Like, I don't know.
If that was the time frame, then the police would definitely have more suspicion, you would think, right?
Yeah, because we got a problem living here if they didn't act on that. You know what I mean?
For sure. No, that's what I'm saying. That was my, once again, fair is fair, right? If we're going to bring something, you got to put it all out there. You can't just put half of it. Fair is fair. It was the 25th, 26th, under my understanding. So it could have been the entire day, right? That's just what it is, but it still makes it odd, right? It also tells me, and not odd, I'll take that back. It adds a little bit to it, but it also tells me that law enforcement checked that area for any signal, which means that Sebastian could not have communicated with anybody, even from another device, because it would have shown up on what the car team was doing.
No, because you said that they looked for they looked for Wi-Fi, like they looked for hotspots. A burner wouldn't be a hotspot. That would be a geofencing thing, and they would have found it though.
That's what I'm saying.
This cell phone doesn't belong here.
Yeah.
But if it has history of being there, like if he had a burner in his room, maybe he turned it on like every other day, then it might not red flag. It really depends.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, it really depends.
I dropped a link.
Yeah, I don't think that's Chris. I think you can all kind of relax a little bit there.
Oh wait,
Well,
what's going on?
The
If it
chat's
is
going
Chris,
wild.
just show me your face when you come into the back chat, and I'll bring you up.
Yeah, I was texting you, and I was about to tell you to check your damn phone.
Oh, okay.
Now you're checking it.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone, and the chat is going by so fast. I can't even read it.
It's because they're all freaking out. Like, oh my God, Chris! Like, Chris drop me a fucking link. You said the chat's going nuts
well,
for
I'm not
5
going to be
minutes.
spoken to like that, so I will get down if that's the
It's-
No,
case.
you're not.
It's not. I don't even think it's him. It's a troll.
Your device isn't connected, Chris.
It's Chris.
No, I don't want y'all to get down. I want y'all to stay up here respectfully, ladies. No, and I'm not trying to put anybody in a position, but I respect each and every one of y'all that are up here, and I want you to stand your ground. You know what I mean? And nobody's going to be disrespectful, because if anybody is disrespectful, I'll just kick them off the panel. I hope that everybody is willing to have a respectful conversation. Chris, for some reason, it's showing that you're not connected, bro. You might want to go out and come back in.
I think it's a troll.
It's not. I can tell you it's not.
Mm.
So it won't even let it says they will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream, Chris.
So you probably have to give permission, right? Like you know how like it's like please give permission to your camera and mic. Kind of
Yeah,
thing.
He's been on panels before. I
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, as I say, I'm here. I'm listening. I was cooking dinner, so I was listening to you guys as you were talking. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just kind of taking it all in, to be honest with you. Who was trying to come up?
all right, I'm about to
How you
bring.
gonna wait 20 minutes? How did I say that 20 minutes ago? Talking about is Queen still even in here? She can come in. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here. Somebody just asked in the chat, Large Marge or something said, am I still here? Yeah.
Oh, I thought
Right.
you answered me.
So-
I was like, I asked that shit 20 minutes ago. What is you talking about?
All right, guys. So I'm gonna bring Chris up. So here we go.
All right.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
What's going on? I want to know what's this talk that somebody on this panel is saying that I told you that my truck was in that neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing or the night before.
That's not what was said. What was said was you said that your truck's Wi-Fi was in the cart when the cart team did their thing on the 25th or the 26th. And I also restated that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing.
So that would have had to been the 26th when I got to my house
That's
around
what
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
that's what we said.
That's what we said.
Chris. That's exactly what we said.
Yeah, I said it has to have been when he was coming home from the work site.
That's
So
what was said.
My truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity. The FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity, that area, until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the
Chris
time
is
frame,
another
but-
one that
Not the
doesn't
time
Now
frame,
you know
because
the
we didn't know
time
the
frame.
time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused because I was like, "What?" And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
Well, see, the
Or,
problem
whatever.
is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire that goes crazy.
It's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing.
Just what Truth
But
has
yet we
been
got
talking
another
about.
team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
That's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus, and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
I have no idea. Hold on.
It's that fucking psycho.
Yeah.
Under Chris's name too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chris Proudfoot.
Yeah. I see it in the back chat. Yeah.
So
I don't-
who is this person?
I
I
don't know.
was,
I do. That's the person that's attached to that woman that accused you, Clue, of having
I
something to
have
do
no
with
idea who it is, to be honest with you.
What the hell's her name again? She was making those anti-Seth videos, and out of nowhere, she went nuts on us. Remember?
Oh, momming it
What are you
up.
talking about, momming it up?
Oh, that
Yeah.
crazy bitch.
That's her, man, in the back right now.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, she
Stop
just
it.
said, "I'm psycho." LMFAO. Yeah, but you psycho as
It
fuck,
says,
and you
Chris,
need a
tell them to
biscuit.
let MK Ultra in.
And you
Yeah.
need a biscuit.
well, I
It ain't
blocked
my
the person.
show to. It ain't my show to control who gets in and who gets out.
I wouldn't let them in for anything. Those people are fucking
No.
sus as hell.
So I'm not even going to pay attention to that. What I want to talk about is what we're doing up here, right? The point of this situation is that all of the bullshit has got to fucking stop. All of it. The putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about. Seth needs to stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on.
And
Let
either
me stop you there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
bullshit.
Well, Chris, can I
What
ask
are
you
we?
about
Hold
the
on. What are we
fans?
putting out
Bullshit.
behind the
Hey,
scenes?
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do
What are
not
we
pull my
putting?
man card. Chris, don't pull my man card and put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody's man card.
Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well, the way you're making it sound is a little odder than it may be true. So maybe instead of getting like that with him, because he may not know what you're referring to, because to be
Yes,
honest,
he does.
but it's for Sebastian, right?
I'm not up here to have an issue with you, Chris. I just sat here and said, I don't think you have anything to do with the disappearance of your stepson. But do not put me in the position of you saying that there's not shit being pushed behind closed doors when you know damn well there has been.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there ain't a thing out there that we're afraid of. We
I don't
haven't
think there
done
is either.
anything. Hold on. Let me finish. Because this isn't about fucking sides. Once
Chris
again,
trying
when
to
all
act
these
like a
creators can get
badass.
past this shit and finally focus back on Sebastian, then the case might go somewhere. But it won't go anywhere if everybody is out here putting different narratives out there that don't need to be out there.
We all agree on that.
Right. But that includes
So once
everybody,
again,
Chris.
yeah, that
That
includes
includes,
everybody. And I'm going to
yeah.
tell you something. If you come at me sideways or you come at my family sideways, you can bet your tail that when we bring the proof, it's proof. It's plain and simple.
Well, but that's the thing, Chris. No one is
I don't throw
accusing
shade at people. I bring the proof. That's the difference.
about what?
Whatever, if y'all want to come out and say some shit, come out and say it.
Who is said? What are you worried about someone saying? Like,
It doesn't
I
matter
don't
because
know.
that's
I
the
don't know. Hold on.
problem.
I don't know
That's
how
the
much you
problem.
said.
Because you all come out and say different things and you all have your little riddle ways of putting shit out there.
I think you're confusing us with different people. Never have we done riddles. I
Truth out
never.
there yesterday or the other day said some stuff about Katie.
Like what, Chris? Open that can.
I don't have the exact quote on me, okay?
Well, if you're
I
going to
don't.
accuse me, on my panel, be willing to back it up.
I am willing to back it up. If I have the exact quote, I would give it to you.
What was it about?
In regards to whether or not Katie was there or her going to the school looking for Sebastian.
You mean my question of why did Katie go to the school? Is it because Sebastian had maybe missed the bus and had walked there at some point? You're upset about that?
The way it was projected made it sound like you're questioning why did she even go to the school in the first place?
That's exactly what I was asking. Why,
Because
out
she's
of
a mother
everywhere,
who has a son that goes to that school. Why
right?
wouldn't you go to the school and look for your kid?
I would agree
That
with
was
Why?
that.
I
Why?
mean,
I would
I
have gone there too.
I would have done the
my
same thing.
question was not my question was there a history of Sebastian walking to school, which is why she first thought, let me go to the school. Now, if you took that as me being disrespectful, that wasn't what it was. It was, why was her first thought go to the school? It's a
Because,
simple question.
right. And it's a simple, logical answer to think about, too. It
Okay, so
is a Monday morning. He was supposed to be at school. So, just like any other parent out there who has children, they're going to do the exact same thing.
I mean, if my child was missing, I would be out screaming from the rooftops for him.
And you're saying that she's not.
I'm absolutely saying she is not out screaming from the rooftops for her child.
What you don't know happens behind closed doors is
That's
our
not
business.
screaming from the rooftops.
Wait a
If
minute.
no
Wait a
one
minute.
can hear her.
The problem is every time that somebody comes out and does something or says something, it gets twisted and turned in such a negative light. It doesn't matter who it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
It's true, 100%.
I don't disagree with you on that. But when
I mean,
So once again, you're out here saying this.
Hold on. No, I'm out here saying this because I've said that. Hold on. I've said this to you and Katie personally, have I not?
You have, Truth. And
Okay.
what you don't
And
understand
hold
is
on.
you're not here in this situation. You're not seeing the whole picture.
Hold on. Now, when I had that conversation with you, was it one conversation, 10 conversations?
Truth, we've had several conversations.
Okay. Now, did I ever have that conversation with you with any ill intent whatsoever?
No.
Okay.
Not well.
So why are you mad at me?
Let me
Why are you mad? Because I'm asking questions. Because I want,
I'm mad.
just like
Hold on.
you want,
Well, let me answer
Sebastian to be
your question.
home.
I mean,
Let
you
me
got to
answer your
give a chance
question.
to talk, Truth. To be fair.
So automatically, my phone has been blowing up ever since you started talking about my truck. So it's shit like that when it's put out there and you don't have the right information, which I'm pretty sure I've told you that before.
I said
That
exactly
when my
what you
truck
just
was
said.
there, once again, are you going to let me finish?
If you'll listen to what I say and repeat it
I was
correctly,
trying
sure.
to, but I was trying to finish my statement.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
So I've told you this before. And the cat's out of the bag. FBI looked into me a long time ago. They've tracked my whereabouts with no problems. So when you come out here and somebody makes a statement, and then once again, like I've said before, you say something and 50,000 people take it and they run with it and they twist and turn it. And you could bet your sweet ass this conversation will be twisted within less than probably an hour of the show being over, if not twisted now.
It's twisted now.
Oh, somebody's
Yeah.
live. Somebody's live.
Yeah, but
Well,
here's
they're
the
all in
thing.
the chat.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
true.
how people. It doesn't matter how people twist it, right? Like they're going to
For
twist
you, it doesn't
everything.
matter
You
because
just
you're not
hold
living
on.
this life that we live.
Are you going to let me
Plain and
finish?
simple.
Are you going to let me finish? Because I'm
Sure.
listening to you, right? You cannot come on here and act like I'm doing something wrong because I'm paying attention to you and Katie, and you have no problem with everybody throwing shade at Seth. You have no problem with that. Okay. You can't come on here and pick apart something I'm saying because you don't agree with it now, but you sit there and have no problem with people attacking Seth. Okay.
I have problems when I
That's
gave
not
you the
fair.
truth. I
Your
have a
truth.
problem when I gave you the truth.
What truth? What truth?
I told you about my truck.
Is that not what I just said on my live? I literally said what you said. So why are you arguing with me about that?
Because there's a lot of questions about it. Because
That has nothing to
not
do with me.
everybody.
I said word for word what you said.
No, you didn't. Because it wasn't. Well, my truck would have been there the 25th or the 26th.
That's not what I said.
There is no question about me on the 25th. I didn't show up until at least 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 26th. Period.
Can you just clarify the situation, Chris? Like what exactly? You show up on the 26th. They go for open networks. Like what was the story? Just so it doesn't go further. And
So on the 26th, when I got there, okay, I went and talked to the detective. Probably, I don't know, I wasn't even home maybe in 30 minutes. And I went and talked to the detectives. Okay. Later on that day, I mean, there was, like we've said before, there's been people in and out of that house quite often. They brought in their special little tools and their gadgets, and they do what they do. When they saw that there was my truck's internet on their system, they were like, well, this is a new one. Well, no shit, because it's my truck.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total
So
sense.
my truck doesn't need to be in anybody's conversations about where it was, when it was, and how it was.
Chris, did you hear me say that I don't believe that Chris had
I
anything
did
to
hear
do with
you say
Sebastian?
that.
Okay. So then in saying that, when I spoke about your truck, do you think I was insinuating that you had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance?
No,
I
it's
mean,
not
If
what I
I, if
said,
I,
Truth. That's not what I said.
I
It's not
know.
what I
So my
said.
point is, it was said that your truck was there. I explained that they did because you told me that they did the geofencing thing for the 25th and 26th. Okay. Am I right?
I didn't tell you exactly what dates. I told you when they
Okay.
did it. However,
Okay.
what I'm
Either
telling
way.
you is don't insinuate my truck or me on the 25th or the morning of the 26th.
I didn't. So why are you still
Because
stuck on
I
that?
mean, truth. To be fair, like I'm really trying to focus on the chat because I know we have trolls, and there are people saying that you kind of were insinuating. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of felt that too.
And
I
that's
think
why
that's
I was
why,
confused. I was like,
right?
what?
I
I
think
really
that's why
was.
me and Body were both like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" Like, I
Go
mean,
back. Go back and
you
say
do
what I
have a
said.
way. Hold on, you do have a way of saying things like this mysterious fucking chocolate in a like fucking Valentine box. Like, what the fuck am I gonna get? I don't know until I bite. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be
all right,
rude,
Forrest
but
Gump.
I mean you do insinuate when you speak.
I mean, I guess what's okay is that we can grill Seth to the end, but we can't grill Chris and we can't grill Katie.
No, I
Because if
don't think
we do
anybody's
that,
saying that.
No,
no, hold
No.
on. I'm gonna stand. I have the right to say my own opinion. I'm not saying y'all agree with me, right? But it's interesting to me that Seth has been accused of horrible things with Katie. Seth has been accused of
Well,
being
Seth put
abusive.
that out.
Hold on. Can I finish, please? Just 1 second. Seth has been accused of being physically abusive to Sebastian. Chris has been accused of these things. But what we're arguing is a truck being in the area. That's what made you jump up here. Not all the other accusations, but
So
the
once
way
again,
that
yeah.
the
So
truck.
we'll address that real quick. It's real simple. What goes on in our family is not the public's business. We're not going to sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what in the world goes on or what happened in the past or any of that nature. That is not the public's business. I'm not going to sit up here and do what Seth did. That's not happening.
So wait.
So I don't care if it offends or hurts somebody's feelings that, God forbid, the parent between Seth and I'm not going to sit here and bash Seth. I'm not going to sit here and put out personal information. That's nobody's business. How many people out there in all of these things have all said the same thing, that it should have never happened? And it's correct. It shouldn't have.
I agree.
It doesn't do anything.
Well, and comparing what Seth goes through, there's a shit ton more people that are accusing Chris and Katie. Look at them in your chat. Fucking
Yeah,
Listen, I'm
have
not.
been in here
Listen, hold on.
before.
it's wild
I
in
don't.
there. Like,
It
I mean,
is.
your
And then
chat.
they're saying, oh, Seth doesn't care if people talk about him. Tell me he fucking doesn't when I'm paying a lawyer for an injunction.
yeah,
When
that's
he
a
sent out
lie.
6
That's
And on
cease and
top of it,
desist.
a bold
Truth.
faced lie. He cares.
Well, I will say this, Truth. You and I, we've had our conversations, and we respect each other enough to understand we
For
don't
sure.
always agree, and we don't always
Absolutely.
disagree.
For sure.
But when your chat and my phone blows up with the perception of what you were, I'm not saying you're directly insinuating it, but even the fact that the way it came out was enough that my phone blew up.
Listen, here's the thing.
And that's a serious issue, man.
The serious issue is that Sebastian's missing. That's the serious issue. Your phone
Well,
blowing up
yes,
doesn't
that's
mean
the
a damn.
top priority.
Honestly, I'm not trying to
that's
be
the top priority.
disrespectful, but for people to be hitting your phone up, that tells me there's a lot of people on YouTube that have your fucking phone number.
No, just a lot of people have Facebook Messenger.
Well, maybe that, but my point is, I'm not responsible for the chat. Okay, I haven't even been paying attention to the chat because they've been saying just as much nasty shit about me in my chat. Okay, I'm talking to you. I've been talking to you through my message or through my lives. I've been talking to Katie through my lives. I've done it behind the scenes and personal. There is absolutely nothing, and Chris, you've got to be able to agree with me on this. There's nothing that I've said up here on this panel that you and I haven't talked about before.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
So I'm not up here. Listen, I'm not up here to smear you or smear Katie or smear Seth. Okay, that's not my goal.
Smear. Listen, it's not a smear. It's the fact of an insinuation or the way that people perceive it. And what do? They're going to turn around and they're going to blow up the phone lines, the tip lines, and push this narrative that is so false. That's what they're going to do.
But hasn't that been the same thing, the little bit of information that you and Katie have put out to creators done to Seth?
Actually, no, we don't put out false information about Seth.
I didn't say false, just information in general.
I mean, to be fair, if it's information that should be known about Seth, isn't that worth it?
Why doesn't that work the same? Why doesn't that work the same way for Chris and Katie, though?
Well, if it's actual factual information, sure, put it out and call law enforcement. Go for it.
I mean, listen, you know just as well as I know.
This ain't about tit for tat of what he did in the past, what she's done in the past, what I've done in the past. Who cares? This ain't about our characters. This is about finding Sebastian.
But I think, unfortunately,
and if we go tit for tat about, well, Seth did this, Katie said that, I did this, and blah, blah, blah. Once again, it doesn't find Sebastian.
But who put that information out there for everybody to know? If it doesn't matter, why was it ever put out there in the first place?
Well, how many times have you asked us about something about Seth and we've never told you?
Rarely.
Same concept.
Rarely.
Nope.
I mean, honestly, listen, here's the thing. It's not about me wanting you to be bashed, Katie to be bashed, or Seth. I don't want any of the parents to be bashed. But I also, don't tell me what to do with my channel because I'm not doing any crap. I'm simply bringing up conversation, Chris, the same conversations that I've had with you personally. I'm not talking about anything that I haven't talked to you and Katie about. So to assume that I'm coming on here and making shit up or pushing a narrative is bullshit, because I'm not. And you just said yourself, everything I've said, I've spoke to you about already. So to insinuate that I'm putting out some type of narrative that is you don't know about or you don't whatever, that's not the case. My questions have come up based on the conversations that we've had, right? And at the end of the day, I will stand on this again. And I won't go into it any further out of respect. I have been very careful about speaking on Sebastian at all and why there were decisions being made, because I think it is extremely important to protect a child, right? I also think that if the general public knew some of the things, they would understand why you and Katie and Seth were making the decisions you were making or attempting to make. Would you agree?
I'm not going to sit here and go over that.
I respect that.
What I will agree with is simply this. Having a conversation is one thing. Having questions is one thing. But when your chat, which, I mean, no, you're not responsible for everybody. That's completely understandable. But as one creator has even stated, sometimes the way you say something almost seems like you push something in a different direction.
I just think it's frustrating to certain people that I won't push their direction.
I don't have a direction other than finding Sebastian and bringing him home.
I didn't say you.
That's what I have a problem with. Is why is everybody so worried about the bullshit? And that's literally what it is, bullshit.
Because the bullshit is what's clouding the airwaves on YouTube.
Sebastian.
Well, to be fair, Chris, without all the information, it's kind of hard, right?
Right, but there's no new information. I wish there was. There's nothing.
And because there's nothing, I think a lot of people are filling it with bullshit, right? They're filling the void with the gossip and the bullshit and those.
Well, now a creator's involved. I mean, so yeah.
Well,
this is the shit that's going on.
I think when there's a divide, somebody's going to fill the gap with something, right? And that's what we see day in and day out.
You know, and I see a lot of comments, and I see a lot of comments about Katie, let Katie speak, and you know, using the Texas Roadhouse video footage as an example, she was picked apart simply for looking for a waitress, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Like they picked that apart for weeks, or well, not weeks, but over a week.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of understand why she wouldn't. Anything she does, she rubs her leg and people think something. Like I kind of understand where she's coming from there. Um it's a lot. People really tear her apart, you guys.
And see,
Well,
I think
And
people, well, hold on, and let me defend something real quick. People tear all of us apart. All of us.
that's facts.
People are tearing people apart in these shows for no reason. Now they're going after a pastor.
That is
Right.
crazy. That is
Excuse
absolutely
me,
crazy.
like help me understand how going after a pastor is going to help find Sebastian. How
Well,
is bashing Seth, Katie, myself, my parents, and God forbid anybody else involved? How is it finding Sebastian?
Well,
People are people in this world. And guess what? There's not one soul that is perfect. We all have our imperfections. But that's what makes this world go round. Because if it was perfect, it would be very boring.
yeah,
And
that's
Agreed.
true.
people would not want to communicate with each other because we're all perfect. But we're not. In return, look, have some compassion. Learn to accept things. Like there's answers that we all have want and we just don't get.
Not yet, anyway.
Exactly.
Well,
And
Chris,
we want nothing more than to have them. Sebastian to be home. That's what's important here.
Yeah, but you got to understand when there's a missing child and they're like you said tearing people apart. When people feel there's inconsistencies in stories, and people are going to dissect that. That's what this sector does.
I know. And the sad part is because the whole story cannot come out
Right.
because law enforcement doesn't want things out. You know, there are people out there that want to take one thing and twist it and shove it into a direction which they don't need it to be going, but they're doing it anyways. For what reasons? It ain't my business. But it sure in the world doesn't help find Sebastian. This community, true crime, and all these creators out there, they could do, God, they could do so much more.
amazing things.
Yes,
Amazing things.
everybody
Absolutely.
can. And I've had this conversation with several people. They could do so much better. They really can.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that.
And instead of just going after each other, and I mean, I've even heard creators going after creators, you know, for their own personal reasons. You know, that's their choice. But when it comes to this community and finding these children, Sebastian, uh,
Did we lose you?
I think you cut out.
I
I
think
know.
we
yeah,
I
lost.
can you
dropped.
hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. But with all of these kids that are missing, all these creators can do so much,
well, and
so much good.
a lot of us do, Chris.
Oh, I
But
know, and that's why I'm not bashing.
no, I
I'm
I
mean,
just
so
saying,
agree.
I
if
know,
everybody
These
came
creators
together,
could do
God, it could be an
so much
unstoppable
good.
force.
I
You
agree,
know,
but it's hard to do when we're told half truths and
amen.
lies, like from
Amen.
one and the other. And you know, we don't know you. I've never spoken to you ever.
I'm sorry, who am I talking with?
That's
My
body moving.
body
Oh,
moving.
I'm so sorry. Forgive
No,
me. I
it's
didn't know.
totally okay. It's totally okay. Like you don't know me. Like it's totally fine. It's hard, you know, and people. I'm not doing this, but people do feel the void. They fill it with nonsense.
I know, and it
Yeah,
sucks.
and
It sucks that we can't come out and
because
say certain things either.
No, I know. I can't imagine. Like, I really
And
can't.
I will say that that is a true statement that Chris just said. Once again, this isn't, I want to be very clear about my reasoning for this live tonight. Okay. It wasn't to bash anybody. I'm absolutely glad, Chris, that you came up here and spoke, right? I'm not mad at you. I don't have any hostility towards you. Okay.
No,
I'm
I respect
absolutely,
you. I mean, for the record, we do respect each other.
for
So,
sure.
you know,
For sure we do. And we've always had that. Oh, and to be honest with you, the people in the chat are going to say and do what they're going to do. I think
I know,
ultimately the issue,
and it's really sad.
it is, but ultimately the issue is that, you say something that really gets under me sometimes, Chris, and that's that you say, well, it's our personal life. We don't want to talk about it, but y'all came to social media asking for social media's help. You know what I mean? And with that,
Asking
there are
for help is
questions.
one thing, but
Yeah,
being
but
torn
that's
apart is
different,
another.
bro.
Well, hold on. Let me
That's
finish.
different. They
Hold
came
on.
to social media to ask for help looking for their son, not
Not to solve a case.
not CPS
Right.
reports.
That's
And I mean, come on.
And
You
and
can I
and,
finish?
and last time I
Hey, I
checked,
can finish.
there's not one show where we came onto a show or myself came onto a show and turned it into a bash session. I didn't do that. Not gonna
No,
do it.
no.
And quite frankly, I'm pretty confident when I say this. It's team. Let's find Sebastian. Let's bring him home. I don't care about the BS. I don't. But bringing our kid home is the most important thing to all three parents. Once again, all three of us.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Is there any way, and I understand if the answer is no, is there any way that there can be a work together between the parents anymore? Is that so far gone that it can't happen?
I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to cut that off because, quite honestly, if that's what it takes to bring Sebastian home, then that's what we need to do. But
Absolutely.
but I'm pretty sure there would have to be some sort of an agreement between the three parents.
So, what can we do, or is there anything we can do as a community to help with that happening?
Yes, and it's not going to happen. And I respect the fact that you asked it. The bashing has to stop.
So
Period.
you think that if the bashing stops both against you and Katie and against Seth, that there would
Against
be a possible
everyone.
right. Well,
Everyone.
my point is, if that were to occur, are you saying that you would be willing to sit down with you, Katie, Seth, and talk things out?
We'd have it would be tough. Don't get me wrong.
It could be mediated though. I mean,
I would
right?
say a
Like,
mediation could be
yeah,
involved.
I think that would be
But
really
Beautiful.
beneficial. I really do.
That's a
yeah,
beautiful statement. That is a beautiful fucking statement, and I hope there's some thought put into that.
I mean,
You
I'm
know,
like I said, I told Seth the day at that school, when everybody thought I was going to do a nasty little argument, it never happened. It was a very calm, respected talk between us two. Do I think there is a way that things can change and work? Sure, but there has to be a lot of change to be done. Has to
I
be.
would I would agree with you on that. But I'm glad to hear that you're not closed off to that, because I think 10 months into this, I mean, what's been occurring isn't working. Would you agree?
Yeah, but you have to admit truth. Actions, like words. In my opinion, Chris has already proved that working with Seth was not off the table a long effing time ago. Seth
Well, I
is the
guess.
one who reneged on that.
Well, hold
Period.
on. Here's my
I
point.
won't defend that. I'm sorry. Like
Right, but here's
that's
my point to
bullshit.
what I'm saying is that now it's being said on a platform that if y'all stop with the bashing, then they could possibly sit down and talk. And if
So why
you
do we
care,
have to
hold
be
on,
involved?
if
That
you
that
care
is
about
stupid.
Right?
Sebastian
Fuck
Wayne,
that. Seth is
That's
grown,
stupid.
bro.
To
That's
say
a
that
Now,
all
grown
of
ass
now,
YouTube
man.
needs to
can I
stop bashing
finish?
for these three adults to put their egos aside and work, don't put that shit on us.
well, hold on,
Go
hold
do
on.
what you have to do for
Right. Like,
Sebastian. Don't put it
Can,
on
nah.
us.
may
That's
I
crazy.
please say something real quick? So I hear what Granny is saying, and I've heard a lot of what the other creators and actually quite all the creators have said, done, whatever, and each other have put quite a bit of each other through, to be honest with you. You know, no, I would not say that the three of us working together should have anything to do with YouTube creators on their own channels doing their own thing. We don't have any grounds to control that. We are not parents of creators. Never going to be, not going to try to be one. That's not an option because everybody's an adult and everybody was responsible for what they choose to do.
Right. And it's just not realistic, is really what I was saying. Like, it's not
No, it's
realistic.
not. I
And
mean,
there
don't get me
has to be
wrong.
a realistic
The
goal.
stuff that has happened, you know, court documents, which, you know, I'm still so lost a lot on, but all of this stuff that's flying out there, like, okay, that for me, Katie and Seth, the only thing I can personally ask is if the bashing would just please stop. For Christ's sakes, just stop. Stop bringing people into things that have nothing to do with anything. It just doesn't make any sense. But with creators, they choose what they want to do. That's their shows. That's for some of them, that's their livelihood.
Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, unfortunately, is like it's unfortunate that like a child being missing is part of how someone, and it's not just children. It's true crime within itself is very interesting,
Yes.
and
Yes.
there's a fine line. You know what I mean? There's a real fine line, and that's not the point of conversation. You know, and let me say something, and without getting interrupted, please, by everybody. I am very aware that my point of view on this situation is not the popular one on quote this side, right? And y'all can have an issue with what I'm saying, but at the end of the day, I'm always going to try to make conversation happen, right? And conversation has to happen in order for people to talk, right? And so you don't have to like what I'm saying. You don't have to like my point of view. I really could give a shit less. But conversation is how you get things settled. When me and Chris have had an issue, what have we done? Chris, we've
We
gotten
always
on the
talk.
phone and talked, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. For example, Clue. When you and I have had an issue, what do? We get on the phone, we talk, right?
We fucking scream, but sure, if
All
it's
right.
talking to you.
Right. Yeah, we'll do that. Now, let me just ask you this, Chris, while everybody's trying to beat my head over here, which is fine. The last time you and I had a phone conversation and we talked about, I felt like it was time that some people started talking a little bit.
Right.
And we had talked about it quite a bit. And I said to you, I said, well, it's going to come a time and point that I'm going to speak on my feelings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you think I have been disrespectful with the way that I've spoke about my feelings?
No, nobody has the right to determine how you feel. That is your choice. That is you. That's what makes you truth as the person.
Right.
Anybody that tries to control somebody's mind, feelings, other than your personal loved ones, because but whatever.
That's different.
Yeah, exactly. But other than you know, but outside of that purview, you can't control people's thoughts. You can't control their feelings. And I'm not asking to control anybody. I'm asking just a simple thing. Stop bashing. That's it.
And
I've
you've been
been
asking
asking
for
for
that
this
for a
for
while.
a long time. Long time. I'm not saying nobody doesn't have the right to have questions. Nobody, I'm not saying that. Everybody has the right to have their own questions. What I don't feel is right is to try to answer those questions with misinformation, disinformation, or something people don't know anything about.
Well, if I may, can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
ask a question that led to misinformation and disinformation? Can you explain the emails that were released, or at least the, you know, the context of them? Because there's been a lot of gossip around them.
In regards to the schools, correct?
Yes,
Yes. I'll answer that because, quite honestly, I'm sick and tired of listening to people come up with the craziness.
me too.
All those emails are to show are that the parents worked together. We'd had a decent relationship. It wasn't like it was a very one-sided, the whole relationship. No, between the three parents, it was co-parenting existed. It did. You know, we came up with an idea. Seth came up with some ideas. At no point in time has one parent or parents decided on one idea and said, doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, that's what we're doing. That hasn't happened. That's not how you co-parent. Co-parenting is talking, being able to have a conversation with the other parent and respecting what they say. You don't have to always like what each other says, but respecting each other and listening to each other to come up with a unified answer. That is very important when it comes to co-parenting.
May I
That's
ask
what the
what?
that's what the emails were about. Co-parenting.
Thank you. May I also ask what? At what point after Sebastian's disappearance did that change so drastically? Then was it the GoFundMe? Was it just build up tensions? Do you even know where this went so far left?
I know where it went far left, and be honest, it doesn't. That's not going to answer anything. It's not going to.
Okay.
That's in the past. It is what it is. It needs to be let go of. Look, it, if I sit here and say it started on X, Y, and Z, all that does is allow people to say, "Up, see, back when it X, Y, and Z started, this is when it changed," and that's not. Once again, that goes against what I'm asking. Please, I'm respectfully asking the whole true crime community, for God's sake, stop.
Yeah,
You know,
I
and what?
agree.
And I have a question. Nobody needs to answer this question, but think about this in your own head and in your own hearts, for Christ's sakes. Okay, what happens if it was you?
I ask
How
myself
would
that all the time. I do.
how would you feel as a parent? You sit back and you see all this crap take place, but you don't live it.
Hell no, I'm gonna tell you right now, Chris. I'm gonna tell you right now, these motherfuckers. Hey, won't nobody else answer the question? I will. These motherfuckers couldn't do it. I promise you, they
Well,
couldn't. Cause
well,
you let one other creator say something about them, and they got a 3-day rant about the shit that person said. None of these people out here, and I mean none of them could handle every day. Not just one person or their chat, thousands upon thousands of people running their fucking mouths, judging, talking about, oh, I would never do this, I would do that different. I'm better than that. They these people out here couldn't handle it. I'm trying to tell you right now, they couldn't. Half these
I
people on
certainly
this
and I
couldn't.
internet could not do it.
I would
right, and I
collapse. I would
agree.
collapse. Absolutely collapse. I would collapse 100%. 100%. I would
Having,
collapse.
I will say this: you have a strong foundation, and a lot of people say they can, and they can, especially when you got to look down deep and you got to pick yourself up and you got to move forward every single day because you don't know what tomorrow's answers may bring. We may wake up tomorrow and get the answers. We may get something and Sebastian comes home. We may, because God knows we pray for it. It is.
I hope you get the answer to your prayers. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I really, really want Sebastian found. I think we all want the same thing. We all do.
I mean, I think there's so many people out there that would love to see this case come to a positive end.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Chris,
it is just ridiculous.
can I ask you something in a positive light? Is there anything that you think creators can do better to help? Like, what can we do to help your family, including Seth? What can we do? What can we do to make this better for everybody and bring him home?
We thank everybody that has been spreading the flyers. There and keep in mind when I say this, I'm saying this not to bash, but I don't care how the flyers are put out as long as it's the correct information and it's out there being used.
Okay.
We, and I'm saying this for all three parents. And no, I haven't talked to Seth in a while, but I am going to speak for him when I say this. There's not enough resources until he is found that we could ask for. Because one, I don't know what to ask for. People have done flyers, they've done billboards. I mean,
Yeah.
some of the negative stuff has kept his name in the spotlight. As much as I can't stand the negativity, yes, his name's in the spotlight. You know, I don't know what else to do. I mean,
I know.
other than stand everybody in this country toe to toe, side by side, and walk from one end of it to the other, I don't know what to do.
Right, because you don't know what you don't know. Like, yeah, I get it. I get it.
I mean, and I do appreciate God from every ounce inside of me. We appreciate everything that everybody has done and that they continue to do.
Now,
You know, I've just been sitting back and listening because I think it's a good thing sometimes just open your ears and hear what people are saying. You know, for me personally, my biggest hang up, and Chris, we've talked about this as well, is that Katie has been so quiet. Now, there's two reasons why I can understand Katie being quiet. One, every time y'all come out and talk, it's ripped apart. I get that. And two, she may not be very good or do very well at public speaking. Okay. But I think that the issue that people have is that they haven't been able to humanize Katie because Katie has been so far away from the situation. And I think that people in general, in order to humanize somebody, they have to feel like they know the person. Does that make sense? Even if we don't know them at all, we have to feel like we can understand them or relate to them. And the fact that Katie has been so quiet, it puts a lot of people off. Now, Katie has the right to be quiet, you know, but on the same note, if Katie has the right to be quiet, then people have the right to question the quietness. It's kind of a 50-50. So unfortunately, you know, for you, you come out and talk. You don't have a problem doing that. It is what it is, right? And you speak for Katie a lot of the times, as I would expect you to do because you're her husband, right? That's what we do in the South. My question is there going to be a time that Katie is going to not speak to YouTube? Because like I've said to you before, I think that's pointless, right? But to go out and speak directly to Sebastian, or respectfully, is the reason that that's not happening because you're worried about whether he would be able to hear it or not. Like, is there a reason that she hasn't directly addressed him?
She has, in some interviews, directly addressed him, especially when people ask the question if Sebastian could hear you right now or he's watching this. Katie has addressed Sebastian directly.
It's been quite some time,
Well-
though. Would you agree?
Right. And I want everybody to stop for one quick second. I'm going to rewind something here on you. In October, we had Halloween, one of Sebastian's favorite holidays. He's not home.
Right.
Thanksgiving, our family dinner table is incomplete. December 7th, people couldn't leave the day alone.
Sure couldn't.
Christmas is coming up. Once again, we have an incomplete holiday. New Year's.
So she's just
Valentine's Day.
not.
And then right after Valentine's Day, what is the next one?
Well, let's hope he's home by then instead of thinking.
Amen. Amen. But everybody wants to know why she doesn't talk. Maybe because she's a grieving mother. Maybe this is one of the worst stretches of the year for any person in this world who has had to deal with a personal tragedy, losing a loved one, anything. It's not that she doesn't want to talk, but respecting the fact.
We lost you, I think. We lost you.
He'll be back.
How about now?
Yeah,
You're
we
good
got
now.
you.
There we go.
Sorry.
There we go.
Well,
Chris, I don't mean to
Diane,
interrupt you for a second. Addison, will you please make a comment so I can mod you? Queen asked me to mod you. So if you'll make a comment, please. Go
No,
ahead.
no. That was that. Reread that. Reread that.
But what I was saying is when she's ready to talk, she'll talk. And I just ask that you respect the facts. It is the holidays. She is grieving. Seth is grieving. Everybody grieves in their own ways. Just have some respect about it.
Yeah. You know,
I
one
now, a
thing.
lot of people are saying that you guys aren't doing anything. Is there things that you guys are doing that you're just not broadcasting?
We don't broadcast what we do because it doesn't, one, like you said before, it gets twisted.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, sometimes not having what we do broadcasted is actually a lot more effective because we can focus on doing what we need to do. Finding Sebastian, looking into things, whatever we need to do. Sometimes it's best not publicized.
Yeah. I mean, look,
You know,
SF puts out a photo of everybody searching, and that's torn apart, right?
well, I'm going to put this out there, and I can't, God, I can't stand this for the life of me.
Well, can I just say something? There are things
I'm good.
that I have personally heard, and this is not from Chris and Katie. Okay, there was a situation talking. Y'all know we've been in the neighborhood talking to people. I'm gonna cry. Don't fucking judge me. But there was a neighbor who said the day after he went missing, Katie stepped outside and they just heard this like blood curdling scream. And she was outside screaming his name. And then she just like doubled over and fell on the pavement. And for days, she left a blanket, food, shoes outside for him. And this person was like, it was the most heartbreaking thing. And she was like crying, right? Because my assumption is she's a mom and that hits you. You know what I mean? It chokes me up. Like it hits me. I could not fucking imagine that, right? So I understand completely when Chris feels like even something is being insinuated about her. And I understand why he gets upset and immediately wants to come to her defense. He loves her. It's what
Well,
he's supposed to do.
right. Like I said earlier, he's being a protective husband, right? Like,
Well,
yeah, I
I
get
know
it.
people are going to push back because they're saying already, like, no, you cared more about the truck. To clarify, that right there was going to lead to another 100 live streams saying, boom, Chris is guilty. So it's not that he cared about the truck over Sebastian. He cares about, as he said, the misinformation and disinformation, or half of the information being out there that leads to hours of speculation that does not result or even help Sebastian be found because it's not based on fact. So no, he didn't care about the truck. Just being simple minded.
Well,
And
once again, that's where people they have their opinions, and I've stated the fact.
well, opinions don't write a probable cause affidavit, and people need to remember that your feelings about people and maybe them being shady or, whatever. And I'm talking to the creators and the viewers. They don't write a PCA, right? You have to have evidence, and as we all know, right now there is no evidence against anybody. So to start an investigation and hire a private intelligence agency and have them come out the gate after Chris and Katie is wild to me. Wild to me. What kind of intelligence agency starts an investigation with suspects in mind? It's fucking wild. So
No,
anyway, your facts, your feelings don't write a PCA.
actually, some of their feelings did write out a whole
Well, they wrote out an injunction, but
a
not a
whole
PCA.
injunction,
Not a probable cause, right? Come on,
and
like,
that's not even going to
and
cover.
and you have to be in true. I've been in true crime a really long time. You guys know me from the shows and stuff. But like, you have to be able to bend with the evidence, right? You have to you can have an idea of something, but you have to bend your theory with the evidence. And right now, we all hate it, but there is no evidence, you guys,
Well, yeah, and some
that
of the
we
things
know
are
about. That we know
some.
about.
If I may, because I've never had a chance to speak to you, Chris, on a panel or anything, if I may seek this opportunity to ask some of the questions that they are using, basing their feelings on. Did you and Katie take a vacation shortly after Sebastian's disappearance?
To
I
where?
mean, I don't know. They're all saying you guys went on vacation.
No, we have
Okay.
never in this whole deal. Like we haven't been on a vacation.
Why are you people telling me to stop? Wouldn't you like, would you rather seek this opportunity to clear up rumors and hopefully get some solid answers? Or do you guys want to have a little, where we can all powwow and tell everybody how great each other is?
Exactly.
Like, I'm sorry, I'd rather seek this opportunity, but I'll digress. We'll go ahead
No,
and
don't digress because you're right. It is the
No, Granny,
perfect.
I mean,
say
this is
whatever
what
the
he's
hell you want. Fuck them
right. This
Yeah.
is
people. They
what he's
ain't
here
shit.
for. But all right, you guys can all
No,
finish
you're good.
chatting.
Granny, I've got you up here as a guest. If they don't like it, they can leave.
I mean, I feel like these are solid. I don't know. Like, do we want to waste this away by saying like, "Oh, I respect you. Well, you respect me. Well, this is great." No, I want to hear about Sebastian. What did you go on vacation? The answer is no. Do your parents own a private jet?
No,
No.
God
Okay, now
no.
that's out the way.
Are there 5 CPS reports?
I don't know.
Are there 5 that you know about?
Once again, I don't know.
Okay.
Does your family own a crematorium?
No.
Do you
What
know?
else?
Do you know the relative of Yada or Yada Yala? What's her name? Anybody?
Her name
Oh,
is
yeah,
Yada.
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 Katie's aunt Yada. Can you tell us anything? Does she know Katie? Is she a close relative? Is she a real relative?
She may be a real relative, but I will tell you this: that woman doesn't know Katie. I couldn't tell you the last time she saw Katie. And I will say this because of the negative things that she has said. I hope she hears when I say this. She's not that important to Katie to
Mm.
give two flying shits about.
Fair enough. Now, Chris, your mother has recently been vocal, and I assume it is in protection of you. People keep making jokes like mama's boy and all that, but I'll be damned, we'd all do the same for our kids. But she is going at it. Is that really your mother's account on Facebook? Are you aware? Is that a real account?
My mother does have a Facebook account. Unless you show me what you're referring to, I don't know.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there have been people out there that have made accounts saying they're me, and they're not.
We saw that in the backstage.
Oh yeah, I have another one. Were you and Katie in Oregon in March?
Nope.
Okay. Were you ever suing a company when you were a janitor?
Yeah.
First, never been a janitor, and I
I
haven't
didn't
sued the
think so.
company.
That
Okay.
that that gentleman's from Pennsylvania, and
Yes, he is.
they intentionally put that up there to make it appear as this Chris Proudfoot, damn well knowing they are two separate people.
I know. I know. I'm just asking because you gotta get it out, right?
And here's another one, and you can, of course, as you always feel comfortable saying, I'm not answering. But is it true that you all rented out your house over the summer?
Oh my
we
God.
we haven't sold our house. We haven't rented our house. We haven't moved. We still live in the same house.
Or the
Like,
dogs. Or the dogs. Let's clear that up. The dogs still there.
Yeah, the
When you
dogs are
were
still there.
when you were 7 years old, did you father a child?
yeah, that was another
No,
one.
I mean that would
Okay.
be very interesting, but no,
Okay.
No, that
Has
didn't.
Dog the Bounty Hunter knocked down your door?
no.
Okay.
No.
Dog the Bounty Hunter has yet to even try to contact me directly,
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
Okay.
so I'll put that out there.
Okay.
Now, there's quite a few of them, so let me get out my notebook. But no, seriously. So, are you aware, or do you have a neighbor near you that is in contact with YouTubers that you're aware of?
I, I don't know who does what in my neighborhood,
Okay.
other than the households that we've been able to talk to, and they've been extremely helpful in the very beginning of the investigation, and even until now, there might be one or two who do not. One, most of my neighborhood doesn't even know us.
Right.
They've never even spoken to us. It is a quiet neighborhood. It's sad that once again it goes back to YouTube and people just doing things just to be malicious.
Yeah. Now, I have another question. So, I'm sure you're aware the Texas Roadhouse footage that had came out, and I'm sorry that that was released on his birthday. I can't fathom what that did to you, Katie, and even Seth. But in
That
that
was
footage,
bullshit.
are you aware, did Sebastian have a cell phone with him that night?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. And then I guess would you want to know then what Kate if Katie was taking photos of Sebastian, and if so, where they like, did she send you a photo of him that night at the Texas Roadhouse, or do you have any idea what
Yes,
those photos
yes,
were?
she took a photo. Yes, law enforcement knows exactly what the photo was and who it went to. And to clarify that, it went to me.
And I'm gonna guess that his face is kind of in his salad eating.
Yes.
It's actually showing him eating all of his food.
Yeah. So of course they can't use that for the TBI poster, right? Like
Right.
it's not his. It's not a frontal face picture. It's dimly lit. And it's not like Katie and Chris or Seth pick the picture TBI uses, you guys.
Well, that was my next question. So I've been curious about this myself. Why does it appear that every photo we have available of Sebastian is at a younger age and does not fit with what he looks like today?
So, any of the photos that Katie and I have been able to provide to law enforcement have been the most accurate, up to date photos.
Mm,
What Seth provides, and I don't know what he provides, so I'm not going to try to speak on that. That's not fair. I don't know what he's provided to Ellie or to whatever else. I know what he has in some of his videos and things like people put out there, and he's had some tasteful, like his memories. Those are his memories. And no, we're not going to give people every single memory. Those are ours. Keep in mind, like, we are parents.
Right.
We have our own moments that we cherish deeply. That's not for everybody in this world to know. Those are for us. All three parents know them.
Now, there was a video put out of a classmate at one of the gatherings for Sebastian, and she gave a FFA award. Were you aware that he was supposedly doing this class via the internet?
I don't know anything about it, so I can't speak on that.
And this is going to be a tougher question. Again, you don't have to answer, but were you mandated not to be allowed in the house in the month of February?
No, I was never mandated not to be at my house.
Okay.
You said on the Nancy Grace show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the
No, I
exact
said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm
Oh, okay.
still not going
Okay.
to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is
I'm
one
teasing.
thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that in an interview a long time ago. Law
Now,
enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. I
now
understand.
this green hoodie guy, do you know anything about that? Can Katie explain, or can you explain why this gentleman was next to the car? What that actual, like, what was happening in that footage? Is that footage correct?
What I can tell you about that is law enforcement has talked to Katie. They've answered, she's been able to answer all their questions. And once again, there is nothing to that situation. I mean, law enforcement even put out a statement. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing.
Right.
No, that would be the result of, Seth being so vocal. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, and to be fair, they're saying Green Hoodie's a suspect, Venezuela gangs are suspects. Now we got a local YouTuber slash pastor that's a suspect. So they're just swinging out the suspect.
Well, I mean, if we're going to go that route, then everybody in this world's a suspect, technically, because we don't have any answers. Like I said, God, we wished we did. We want nothing more than Sebastian to come home. But once again, we have nothing. There is nothing.
Now, Chris, you made a statement once, and I may be misquoting it, but you said the best thing about Sebastian, I don't think you said the best thing, but you said something about Sebastian disappearing. He left no clues. What did you mean by that?
No, I didn't say the best thing about Sebastian disappearing.
Okay.
I said, as it stands right now, this boy has vanished, and there's no clues. That's what I said.
And another statement they take that you said and they twist it about is this is going to go down in history.
Yeah, that was a conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they, to themselves, when we had this discussion, was like, there's nothing. And when I said, this would be a case that will be studied, yes, it will wind up be in a book. Because once again, we have nothing, no leads, no nothing on Sebastian's whereabouts, his disappearance, nothing.
Well,
Once
I think
again, if somebody's got something, please bring it. Bring forward. Let us know.
Chris, what about the trash trucks? Can you explain why both you and Seth believe that or at one point or another believed the footage to be of a trash truck?
Law enforcement showed us a video. Seth has said the same thing. I've said the same thing. We all saw the same video.
here's what I want to say. First of all, I think this has been an incredible conversation, and I think that the people on this panel specifically truly have the intention of wanting Sebastian home safely. And heaven forbid it not be in the manner that we wish, that he's brought home regardless. And I think that it's important that adults are able to have these conversations, right? I also think that there's been such a massive amount of information that's been shoved in all of our faces over the last 10 months that sometimes it's really hard to differentiate between facts, fiction, and bullshit. And I think we're kind of at that point right now. You know, it's really hard for just an everyday person to imagine that a 15-year-old, now 16-year-old young man can just literally disappear. And I think it's just natural in human, minds to think that that couldn't happen without somebody doing something nefarious, right? And I think, unfortunately, it does put the parents in the crosshairs a lot of the times. And in this case, it most definitely has. I really wish that law enforcement would come to a point where they could clear the parents. And I think when they do that, this case will go forward. Until law enforcement comes out and speaks on the innocence of the parents or the guilt of the parents, we're going to have this issue continuously.
And I understand what you're saying, but in realistic terms, in the state of Tennessee, there are still missing children, and the parents have not been cleared. TBI, law enforcement will not come out and give a definitive answer until they actually have something. And unfortunately, as much as that sucks, I mean, you have the Wells family, for God's sakes, going, on 4 years coming up? And they still haven't been cleared.
Yep.
So they, until they have an answer, nobody's going to be cleared, period.
Oh, Chris, I do have a question. Are you related to the Wells in any way?
No, I've never met the Wells.
Okay.
Chris, do you think? Sorry, Truth.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Do you think law enforcement is? Do you think they have any ideas, or?
I mean, still to this day, as it stands right now, there's no leads. There's no nothing. I mean, it's an active investigation, and that's where it's at. I wish there was more. God knows, I wish I had answers.
Do they
But there's nothing.
meet with you guys and give you guys updates or anything? You
Law
don't have to tell
enforcement-
us what the updates are, but do you talk to them? Do you have a relationship with them?
Well, keep in mind, all three parents have a relationship with law enforcement.
Sure.
Whether it's a good one or a bad one, regardless of how everybody wants to make it sound, there's a relationship with law enforcement. There is information that converts back and forth on all three sides.
I'm going to drop the link in the chat for SF if you want it, sir. If you don't want to jump up here, that's fine too. But I saw you in the chat, so I wanted to drop it for you.
No, Chris. Sorry, Chris.
I know that we are hitting Chris with a lot of questions, and he, whether he knew that was going to happen or not, I'm sure he knew coming on my panel he would probably get hit with some questions. But I do want to take a second for everybody to take a breath, right, and just kind of take a second, because there have been a lot of questions thrown. And I also have heard quite a bit of emotion, not only from Chris tonight, but also the panel guests. And I think that emotion is raw. I think it's real. And I think it's something that is unfortunately refreshing to hear and see. I think sometimes it takes what I call rehumanizing the human in order for us to remember what the purpose is. And I think through the last 10 months, unfortunately, the humanization of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been diminished. And I just want to take a second to remember that beyond all of our own personal opinions or the way we look at this case, excuse me, that there is a young man that is missing, and there are families that are, heavily affected by it. So I just wanted to take a second to kind of calm everything down and just kind of, because I know that I can come across harsh sometimes, but I also know that other people can as well. And I want to say this to the folks in the chat. Earlier, you heard me and Chris going back and forth. Don't confuse what me and Chris were doing as arguing, right? That's a conversation. I am aware that there are people who don't understand aggressive conversations. Okay. I understand them. Chris understands them. It gets places. We started off talking about, some differences and questions and things. Had no idea Chris was going to jump up here. I'm glad he did, right? He's able to speak on some things. I also think that it's important for us to remember that it is okay to have questions or to suspect people. What is not okay is to outright call someone a murderer,
Unless you're
right?
Seth.
Sorry.
Sorry.
And here's the thing. Sonny says I should apologize. Sonny, you can kiss my ass. I don't have to apologize for anything, okay? I don't apologize for my feelings or my thoughts. I speak my mind and I stand 10 toes down. If you don't like it, there's a door. Have a good day.
Well,
Thank you.
so let me piggyback on that for a second.
For sure.
We have conversations. We're humans. We have
We lost you again.
How about now?
Now we got you.
So we're all humans and we all have conversations. We have emotions, and that's what makes it so interesting. Aggressive, passive aggressive, whatever. Having a conversation is great. Not having a conversation is not great. Sebastian's name stays out there for conversations. Keeping him in the forefront is the point of this. I'm not going to bash. I'm not out here. I'm not going to sit here and say that this person's horrible. This person's this. That's not. I stand by what I said before. I think everybody out there for being able to keep his name in the forefront. Katie says that she thanks everybody for keeping his name in the forefront. But we just ask respectfully as we can, enough with the bashing. That's it. Nobody owes anybody apologies unless you felt like you need one. But
I have a question that's kind of Sebastian going missing related, if you don't mind.
yes, ma'am.
Um, on so I went and compared the TBI posters of other missing children, and they're all pretty specific. Like this person went or this child went missing from his residence on this day. This person went missing and was seen in this car on that day. Sebastian says went missing in the area of Stafford Court on February 26th. Does that mean anything to you? Does that um do you or can you say because it's a little confusing. Do you know any information that you could share about that?
Honestly, we didn't even know that the FBI was releasing that
No, the
until
TBI, the TBI.
or
I'm sorry.
TV.
That
Well, honestly, like we don't anything that they like put together, we are not privy to.
okay.
So we wouldn't know what they're putting out until they either call us and say, "Hey, X, Y, and Z," and it's normally when that happens, it's like, "Hey, within a few moments or an hour or so." So normally when the information comes out, as you're finding out, we're finding out too.
Okay.
I mean, we don't know.
So we don't know if that
Are
means anything. We don't know, right? Is what we're saying. We don't know if that means anything. But it is perplexing because in the area of Stafford Court has always been kind of like, did somebody
Did they
see
see
him?
him?
Yeah, did somebody see him?
Well,
So okay.
keep saying there's been no sightings. But speaking of
Well,
new
but hold
updates,
on. So there's been no sightings by people, but is there somewhere footage that does see him? And I want to piggyback off of what you were saying there, Body. Compare the flyers from like the FBI with other kids, and it says, like we did one the other day, Truth had brought up this girl and we looked at the flyer and it was very specific, like the whereabouts of her, or like basically the reward was for like any information on the whereabouts or the prosecution of those responsible for her disappearance. And if you read Sebastian's, it literally only says the whereabouts.
right?
I don't have an answer for that because we don't know what they put on the posters. We're not privy to that. We don't know why they put whatever they put on those posters. We don't.
Now, are you
Sorry
aware
about
that
it.
they have recently announced that this is a criminal investigation? Do you know if that's true?
So a while back, a long time ago, I think somebody made a FOIA request um, to their legal department. Their legal department released something, and then they had to go back and redact it because they said a criminal investigation. And I believe somewhere along the lines, either a reporter or somebody had to do a redaction, and so it's an active investigation. Still to
Well,
this day, that's all we know.
okay. So creators or where did it originate? I mean, you guys are all stuck on the word privy because your maturity levels are big. But did it come from Dog that said he spoke with them and they said today?
Yes.
Right. So Dog said he spoke directly with them and they confirmed, but you're saying you're unaware of that.
Well, didn't Nick Barris say it too a couple months ago?
But
I
he's
don't
saying
Yes.
know.
that was a mistake.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
At Night Media put it out and said that it came from Dog. He spoke with them.
Well, once again, look at your source.
Right.
I
I
know that's
wouldn't
right.
be I wouldn't be surprised if it is a criminal investigation
Right.
simply because runaway is a crime.
And guess what? If it is, then it is. Who cares?
Since when is running away a crime?
It's a
In
Well,
Tennessee,
crime.
it
in
is.
Tennessee, it is a
Okay.
crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Okay.
you're
Um,
under
Illinois.
18.
that's actually if you're under 16 in Tennessee.
Yeah.
But
Really quick too, I just want to say for people asking about the tattoos, because Chris is in a case with that, we can't. He won't be able to talk about anything with her, you guys. So it's
you know,
just a waste. It's a waste of question, unfortunately.
someone brought something up a second ago, and I'm going to address it because apparently people think I say things and I'm afraid to stand on it. What I said was, I believe Katie's not talking because Katie messes up her story. I said that earlier, and I stand on that. That's not a good or a bad. Some people aren't good with public speaking. They get to stuttering, they say the wrong thing, and then it's used against them. I said what I said. It doesn't mean that she's changing her story because she's lying. It's because you want to make sure and not fuck up on a public platform where somebody can then go and use that against you.
I mean, let's not even front because Chris is here. There's some shady shit. All right. Like, let's
For
just say
sure.
it is. There's some
Oh,
things
for
that bring
sure.
question, and that's natural. And I think Chris has already stated he understands that.
Yep.
He understands that people are going to have their speculation or their questions, and he wishes he could tell everything to solve some of that, but unfortunately, he can't. But I do wonder why the fuck you don't put out lawsuits on people. I'm just going to be quite frank. I don't get it.
One, I'm not made of money.
Oh, you guys aren't rich?
No,
Did
we
you
don't.
sell a
We don't
private jet?
have. We don't
Oh, I thought.
have all that stuff that people have said we have. We don't. I mean, it's
Well, and I'm
ridiculous.
gonna
But
say, I have to say too, like you can't. People think that just because there's like people talking on the internet
Right.
Bad. You can't just fucking do that. You can't get a restraining order. I know Truth was saying this earlier. Well, how come he gets a restraining order on Betty but not on Dog? There has to be a physical threat. Like, that is not
Right.
how the legal system works, guys.
Well,
Or
listen,
nobody.
Well,
with
hold
all
on,
due
because
respect,
let me help y'all with this real quick. When it comes to lawsuits and this and that, every case, every situation is different. Okay, every single thing is different. I'm not going to sit here and tell people why or what I am doing or what I'm not doing or why I'm doing this or why we're not doing that. No.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I mean, we'd be out here for hours and days and weeks for that crap. However, look,
I don't agree with the comment that's on the
people are
screen
held accountable for what
because
they
a lot of
say.
times
They're held
you
accountable for
do
their actions.
keep your mouth shut.
Leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
If people would just have compassion, and before they opened up their comments and all of their statements, and they actually thought about some stuff or put together the facts before they went forward with things, there wouldn't be very much to talk about. You could go back and look at things and put the
Yep.
pieces together and be like, oh, well, that's not possible because of X, Y, and Z. People are doing it because they have their choice of doing it and they have their reasons for doing it. And that's that simple. We just ask stop with the bashing.
Diane Highland says, if you have nothing to hide, you don't hold your tongue. Well, Diane, let me explain something to you, ma'am. When you're dealing with a child under the age of 18, there's a lot of things you should hold your tongue about. It's called respect. Maybe that will sink into you. You do not openly speak about certain things when it comes to a child under age. And if you don't understand that, I would suggest you get as far away from any case that involves a child as possible.
Yeah, none of us want to disparage
I
Sebastian
agree.
in any capacity. None of us.
Well,
And
what's it?
I don't think any creator does, honestly. I'm speaking for all of them. None of them want to disparage Sebastian at all,
Once
period.
again, if you are a parent, would you want this happening to you and your family and your children? Ask yourself that very question.
Help bring Sebastian home, but we don't know what will bring him home and what won't. So I think any conversation is good and productive.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's the fine line we have to walk, right? Truth? Like,
yeah,
yeah,
it's a
and it's
real
hard,
fine line.
it's a real fine line. Right.
And just because y'all want to know doesn't mean you deserve to know. And just because some of us know doesn't mean we want to know. Right? There could be things that people know that we would rather not know. But at the end of the day, everybody has trials and tribulations growing up, some greater than others. Right? And if your worry and your concern is to bring Sebastian home, then the other shit doesn't matter. It just doesn't, in my opinion. Not when it has to do with Sebastian.
You said we don't know what will bring him home. We don't know if anything said in this conversation will help. But the one thing I can see absolutely helping is exactly what Chris has asked for. No bullshit. Because if you really think about that, right? If everybody, regardless of their opinion, is truly, genuinely in their heart focused on bringing Sebastian home in their own way, if any of us bash any of them, we're deterring them from what could be what brings him home.
But at the same
Well,
time, like,
speaking about,
I do have to say this. I'm Truth. You know, you're like, my brother. But I do
Yeah.
have to say this, right? To be fair, I feel like that same sort of mentality, right? We don't know what's gonna bring him home. We are not in this situation. We don't know how we would be. All of that. I think. I mean, it is a little angering because I've heard you, say on more than one occasion. Then why is Katie not out here screaming from the rooftops? Why aren't they saying what they do in public, right? And it's like
Yeah, for sure.
I don't understand how there's both sides of the coin on that.
Well, let me explain it. I think that Katie can come out here and scream from the rooftops to Sebastian, and I don't think it should be on social media at all. I think it should be on a major news outlet where he may be likely to see it. I think that if he doesn't have access to the internet, right, which would be likely because by now he would have tried to reach out to somebody, in my opinion, right? And so if Katie was to go on, let's say, Court TV or CNN or whatever, right? Then if Sebastian has some type of access to a TV, that might give him the little bit of encouragement that he needs to hear his mother's voice.
But she did. You know what I mean?
And she
Like,
did.
she has
Months,
done
hold
that.
on. Hold on.
And
Months,
I know of things
answered.
personally that she does in the background. See, the thing for me when it comes to
but
that,
you have to
right?
let me answer the question.
I'm sorry. I thought
You
you
have
were
to.
done.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so, but for me, it has nothing to do with her owing anybody answers. I've never said that she needs to come out here and answer anybody's questions. Have I?
I mean,
Yeah, I've never
And to
said
be
that.
honest, Chris answered already. He said she's not in a good head place to do it.
right. Like,
Understood. But hold on. With all due respect, neither is Sebastian.
Right.
He's not in a good headspace being missing. So at some point, I just felt that if she came out and spoke to Sebastian, not Dog, not Nick, not Tom, Dick, or Harry,
Right.
but
Because
to
I
Sebastian.
I can help answer that very easily. We want to be out there on the major networks, not Court TV, not all this crap from, you know, all these
News
whatever
Nation.
shows that are
yeah.
out there that aren't aren't national syndicate news. Like, okay, NBC, ABC. You know, the closest we've gotten, Katie and I was able to get on Fox News in the morning with Lawrence Jones, Brian Ansley. Like, we got on there. Katie was able to get on Patrol Live and do one. But I feel because of such negativity that has taken place with everybody that surrounds this case, a lot of major news networks don't want to pick it up.
Right.
And
I
that
agree.
is a
But hold on.
disservice to Sebastian.
Hold on though. Y'all, that I gotta challenge you on this one, bro, because y'all turned down 3 interviews now after a court date where y'all could have gone on there and not answered any questions other than speaking to Sebastian.
Wait a minute. What did I said national news.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not I'm
wouldn't
not
Court
carrying
TV be national news?
no, Court TV is not national news.
Well, and they're
Okay.
biased. Let's be
They're
honest.
very biased.
No,
But
I don't disagree that they're not biased, but what I'm saying is that not an opportunity to still speak out?
It's that is not a so what we're trying to do, Court TV is not something that somebody turns on in the morning when they're getting their cup of coffee and they're getting ready or they're driving down the road
You need
on
like a
the
Today
interstate.
Show.
Yeah, we want
Yep.
have you
Okay.
something
reached out?
major. And I'm sorry, but Court TV is not a major network that will be able to push them. Their narrative on their show is to draw a story, get their viewership. That's what they want. It
Mhm.
doesn't help the situation. We want, I want people from coast to coast, border to border, to be able to hear it on a news. And
Okay.
not all local news networks
All
do
right,
that. So
Chris,
we
you
need to
tell
Have you
get
us.
the big ones.
have
Hold
you
on,
actively
Chris.
tried?
Hold on,
Yes,
Chris. You
we
tell us.
are currently trying. We are.
Hold on, Chris. You tell us. What news network do you want to get on? And there's 2,629 people in here that can send an email to that news source. Let us help y'all get on whatever channel you want to be on.
NBC, ABC, CNN. I don't care how big, as long as it is at one of the big major networks that can get us from coast to coast on all these TV channels, not your local news.
Mhm.
Local
Right.
news, yeah, they pick it up. I mean, look what's going on. You got Channel 2, you got Channel 5, and but it's not really pushing the case. They just it's the crap. We don't
Would
want
you
Well,
the
guys
crap. We want
speaking of Channel 2,
Sebastian.
would you guys do like a Dateline type of show?
I would love to get them involved. They've got 60 million followers.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
let's do
Okay.
this.
speaking of Channel 2, what do you think of the 200 and 225, 155 reward. Have you heard about this now 250 reward that, and I know News 5 actually reported it. What do you think about that?
Hold on. I don't want to be rude. And we can go to that question in just a second, Granny. I want to emphasize what we were just talking about, not to cut you off.
No, that's all right.
So, chat, you heard what Chris said, right? So, if one of my moderators or two of my moderators will do me a favor, if you will please find an email for Dateline, a producer, something, and put it in the chat, please. Go ahead, Granny. I want to.
I have
Sorry,
contacts at
you can
Dateline.
also-
I have contacts at Dateline. I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
Well, that's
Thank you.
awesome. You can also
Thank you.
tweet them.
You know,
Like, you know what I
Granny,
mean? If we all take to Twitter. But yeah, if you don't mind, do you have
That
any
too.
foot on this ever so
Yeah,
quickly
so-
raising reward?
yeah. So my answer to that reward is real simple. The only actual reward that is known is the $50,000. You've got At Night Media and Dog and all them saying that they have X number of dollars. Well, Dog did say on a thing that somebody clipped it, and they have promissory. That I don't really care about a reward, to be honest with you, because God knows if we had the money, I would raise that thing as high as I could. But we don't have the money. FBI put out $50,000. That's what we know of. I don't care to talk about the other group. I really don't.
I understand that. Now, I did find I asked you about, is it true that this could possibly be your mother? And again, if you're not comfortable, but it would help people, but I understand if not. She made a statement about the age of 12 and the age of 20. Can you confirm or not confirm the age of which Seth and Katie met?
I'm not going down that road. I'm not.
Okay.
It doesn't.
I understand.
There's enough of that out there. People are going to come up with their own decisions, and whatever. In the end, that's between Seth and Katie. That does not necessarily need to be out there for the world to sit here and go back and forth on it. It's not.
Okay. How about a different one? How about can you share the meaning of Sebastian's name?
Like how he was named?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
How did Katie come up with the name Sebastian, and where did Wayne and Drake come from?
So his name came up by both of his parents. Sebastian, which, we all say Sebastian, but it's actually Sebastian, from the kid from Never Ending Story.
Never Ending Story, right? Sebastian.
That's where she got
I
Sebastian's
love
first
that.
name.
I love that.
Wayne, if I remember correctly, I believe is the name of Seth's father. And Drake is something I believe he gave Sebastian, as Drake is also known as a baby dragon. And that's, from what I understood, that's where Seth got that from. And of course, Rogers is his last name.
That's what I heard too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
It's really sweet.
individual. It's
really
individual and it's unique. Everybody has a reason for picking the names of their children. I mean, everybody's name is unique. Everybody has a reason that their name was named the way they are.
So then what you're saying is that when Seth said that it was based on prior events and losses, that is not true.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, we don't know that Seth actually said that. It was rumored.
Okay.
Yeah, what he did say is there were priors, but he didn't say that that's where the name came from. So somebody else said that he said that.
I've always heard the story Chris just told. I've never heard any other story.
Yeah, and look, I didn't ask that question for drama purposes. I asked that question because it's going around the YouTube right now. Okay, that's why I started with you can answer or not, but let's be honest. This is it's what's going around.
I mean, you got two parents that came up with a child's name. I mean,
well,
there's a lot of people that say they heard that. Yeah,
the chat doesn't disagree with me. So,
oh, you guys actually heard him say that?
Yeah, they said
I've
they
only
absolutely heard him say that. I haven't, but that
I
doesn't mean
haven't.
anything.
It's on the
Yeah.
interview with Coffin Daffer.
I think.
Yeah, I recall him mentioning,
Oh,
the
I wanted to point.
talk to
I
full
wanted to.
term, but not the
I wanted to point that out because that goes to the prior conversation we were having. And once again, it is an opportunity to squash some nonsense, but it also brings into conversation why would that story have been created?
I
right.
will. So my answer to that is real simple. I don't know why what was said was said. What I do know is what I was told, and that's what I've told you is what I was told. I'm not going down this road to say, well, he said this and it meant I'm not. We're not doing that. Once again, if people ain't figured this out, I'm not gonna do the bash game. I'm not gonna sit here and try to drag parents through the mud for no reason. It doesn't do anything. Grace and compassion is what needs to be put forth in this entire case because one, our son is missing. That's the most important thing.
I think that Michelle said it perfectly in chat. Fair enough. And that's true. Fair enough.
I'm not asking no more questions, chat. How about that?
No, Granny, I think you're asking great questions.
I'm
I
just
really
saying.
do. I
I know.
really do.
Here's the thing. I
Well,
just don't.
here's the things that I wish that people would ask about. Ask about
Sebastian.
his quirkiness.
Yep.
Well,
Ask about how he gets proud when he accomplishes something that he hasn't been able to do. Ask about how he is excited when he goes to a hockey game, a football game. How
What was
smart
his
he is.
favorite sport? What was Sebastian's favorite sport, Chris?
He loves all sports.
He was a
All
hockey
sports.
fan though? He liked hockey?
I
You took him to
so
a Predators game?
well, I wasn't able to attend. I bought tickets and I had Katie, Sebastian, my aunt, my uncle go to a hockey game. It was a Predators game. Because I told him, it's like, oh man, you go there and you have a good time. You got fang fingers and you do all this
Yeah.
fun stuff. And
Throw the fish on the ice, right?
well, they didn't do it that time, but
Oh, okay.
man, I wish we could have.
Yeah.
But it's just giving him an opportunity to experience things, and he gets so excited. He gets into like the crowd cheering. It's funny because like in certain cheers, well, they'll scream like "you suck." He'll get to that part and he goes "you," and then he stops on that suck part. He won't
Because he
say it.
doesn't want,
because he
because
doesn't want
it's
to be
usually,
mean.
I'm a big hockey. I go to hockey games every week, and it's usually you're yelling at the goalie. And he probably felt bad. He didn't want to make the goalie feel bad, right? Like a sensitive guy that way.
I
I get
mean,
it.
I took him to it was a college bowl game out in California. I believe it was Michigan State, and I forgot who they were playing. Um, but he had a blast. Baseball games, football games, all sports, lacrosse. I mean, he has a blast. He loves that stuff.
Chris, SF has a question. SF Investigates says, what is your favorite memory of Sebastian?
That's a hard one.
So they released the pictures of it. Sebastian, uh, I let Sebastian get on there, and he operated the piece of equipment. He did it really well. Really good at it. I was really proud of him. His mom was worried. Of course, moms do the mom thing. He's gonna get hurt. No, he's not. He'll be fine. You know. During COVID, when they were out of school and they did, hybrid learning, so they were in class certain days and they were out on online certain days or whatever. Sebastian went with me up to a location we had to rebuild a deck, and Sebastian they never had the opportunities to do certain things. So why not? I gave him an opportunity to use a nail gun, um, a circular saw, drill. Showed him how to like cut and make measurements and things like this. Kid got so excited, so excited. Just when he does things that he doesn't normally get to do, and he's quick. He's quick to pick up things and excel in things.
So he's intelligent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
I
those
think
are.
go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I think that once again, this goes back to what I said before of rehumanizing Sebastian and to understand that he is a person, he is a child, he is someone who has a family, has a life, and to rehumanize him is important. I think it's also important to rehumanize the parents as well. We're not always going to agree on different things or how things should be done, but I really do feel like over the last 10 months, the names are being used left, right, up, and down, but the understanding of that, the fact that there are real people behind those names has been lost. So I know that there are some people that feel like, this live isn't good or it's somehow going to paint Chris or Katie in a certain light. I don't think that's the case at all. And I'm basing it off messages that I'm getting right now. And I think what y'all need to understand is sometimes the greatest understanding of a person is just blunt honesty in the midst of pressure. And, I think Chris has come up here and held his own. I think that, anybody that says that Chris won't go head up with a man is wrong because obviously he jumped up here on my panel and was able to do it in a respectful manner. It doesn't mean that what I think or you think may change, but I do believe that this conversation has caused a couple of y'all in the chat, because you've said it, to reassess the way you were thinking about things. And if one person was able to reassess and change from attacking, then this live did exactly what it should have done.
Yeah. Chris, you mentioned pressure, or Truth just said pressures, and there's been a lot of conversation around this. Was it set in stone that Sebastian was absolutely the start online school? I know Seth had mentioned that he had him enrolled for full time in the fall at Clarksville. Was that happening? Could that have been a pressure point for Sebastian, given that he did love socializing and learning, was a quick learner? Could that have been a point of tension for him, if you will, a worry for him? Is it
Possibly.
true?
Possibly could have been a worry for him.
Okay,
I
so
do
it is
know
true.
that I do know that Sebastian voiced his opinion. All three parents were having a discussion, including Sebastian. He voiced his opinion. Yes, Seth was going to Sebastian. So at the end of the school year, Sebastian was supposed to go live at his dad's for the summer, and he was going to start school up there. Whether it's online or at the school, I don't exactly remember which one, but
Well, if it was
he,
summertime.
he was when summer was over, he was going to start school.
Okay.
He was supposed to start school up there with his dad. So, yes, at some point he was supposed to go to his dad's house and start school up there. I don't know. I don't know if that was a pressure point or not. I don't.
Okay.
If we're going to go with the idea that maybe he took off, I have to ask this question, and you don't have to answer, but the night that he went missing, the 25th into the 26th, you and Katie were on the phone for 3 hours, reportedly. Were you guys talking about his living situation that night? Did he possibly overhear it and get upset?
Not to my knowledge.
You don't remember talking to her about it that night?
I don't believe that's what we were talking about.
Okay.
So, yes, we were on the phone. Our conversation, what we were discussing, law enforcement knows the discussion of what we were talking about. It has nothing to do with any of
Okay.
that.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, like, did he
Right.
hear
No, no, no.
something or,
Everybody's trying to figure out, like, could
yeah.
it, did he hear something he didn't like? Was there
Yeah.
a
Was he
thing that could
upset?
have triggered him?
Right.
Trust me, every single parent bangs their head on the idea of trying to figure out what could have caused Sebastian to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know. Once again, there's nothing.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, if what's the most telling thing or identifiable thing about him if somebody sees him out there?
Oh man, his smile.
Okay.
He's got this quirky little smile he's got, but I mean he walks on the balls of his feet. Um, he always has. um, he's got
That's
that.
important. That's actually really important.
He's got this run. Some anime character.
Naruto.
Narado, yeah.
Yeah,
Naruto, yeah.
yeah. He's like an orange suit or something. I don't watch anime that much, but um, he's got that run like that. He puts his hands out behind him. Kind of leans his head forward and
Full speed ahead.
yeah.
That's what he does in the cartoon. That's cute.
Was he
He's
still
got
wearing that breastplate? The chest guard?
no,
Okay.
no.
Now, there's been some conversation around this. Is it 100% confirmed in your mind that Sebastian was barefoot?
All I can tell you is exactly what I've told everybody before, and I'm not going into any more details. All of his shoes have been accounted for, and so have mine, and so have Katie's.
Okay.
Chris, do you know how many, and this may sound like a random question, but do you know how many pairs of shoes you own?
Yes.
More than 10, less than 10?
More than 10. I will tell you that.
Okay, so you're a shoe guy like I am. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm very meticulous about my shoes. I can't stand like really pointy shoes. Can't
No,
Right.
stand
hey,
like wide toe
dude.
box shoes. Oh, I love my Hey
Hey,
Dudes.
dude.
Yeah, I've got a couple pairs of Hey Dudes myself. That and my Crocs.
Can't do the
Don't
Crocs, man. Can't do the Crocs. They feel funny.
I love
You're
Oh,
my
losing out.
you're missing it. They're so
Oh, yeah.
wonderful.
the greatest things ever.
Uh-huh.
Unless you ask B Tim, and then he's going to argue and want to fight you over it.
Right.
He
I
just
can't see
want to
Chris
admit it.
in Crocs. I'm sorry, but I cannot see Chris in Crocs. I just can't. I couldn't.
I think some pink ones with snow shovels on the front of it, personally.
Hey. Now I will tell you this: if you got pink with the breast cancer awareness ribbon, I will sport those in support of breast cancer awareness. I will do
All
that.
right.
Oh, speaking of that, a photo's going around of Katie wearing a bracelet. That basically, I believe it says, not everything that is lost. Let me pull it up.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Do you know
Yeah.
what that bracelet is? Was that a Sebastian bracelet, or do you know where she received that bracelet from and what the meaning or organization behind it is?
I would have to see the bracelet. I don't remember of a bracelet like that.
Okay.
I don't have it on me.
I'm looking for it. It was in the interview.
Yeah, had he started like driver's ed or anything like that?
No, I wished he had though.
Okay.
He
Did you guys ever take him to like the parking lot at the mall and let him drive or anything?
It's funny you ask, because man, I used to like, come on, let's go for a ride, man, and try to talk him like, come on, let's go, let's get in the truck, get in the car, and he wouldn't. He's like, no, I don't have a license, and I'm like, it's just a driveway, man.
So he was like a rule follower. Like, no, I don't even have a license. Like he wanted to follow the law, right?
I think it's like, doing something like that is a little nerving, I mean,
Sure.
remember the first
Sure.
time we all drove?
Oh, I was
Like we were all,
excited as hell.
yeah, like, oh my God, you were excited. You scared to go
Well,
screw up and do the wrong thing, I mean,
Absolutely.
listen,
I don't think he,
we must have had different bring it ups because the first one I drove.
I mean, for some children, they even when they go past the age to 18, they're still not adults. They're still learning.
No, I get it. I just mean, what do you believe that in his future he basically he's not so disabled that he wouldn't be. You just said it. He's capable of taking care of himself. He was going to be capable of driving a car, so he would have been.
That's one of those things. Like we won't know until time comes. And I mean, when Sebastian comes home,
Take it from there.
yeah, one day at a time.
Listen, I do appreciate everybody coming up on the panel. We've been on for a little over 4 hours now, and I wasn't even planning on being on more than an hour.
I'm sorry.
No. Don't be. I appreciate you coming up and talking.
Can I ask one question before we go?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I feel like I have to get it all out. You know what I mean? The flashlight, the alleged flashlight that is possibly missing with Sebastian. Can you describe that? Was it like one of those whatever magnolites, like a big flashlight, a medium size? Was it its keychain? What type of flashlight do you all possibly believe it was?
From the way it was described to me, it's like a smaller pocket style flashlight, a little yellow.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
I don't have any more description to give. Honestly, I'm sorry, but
Right, but it would fit in a pocket. That helps a lot. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Truth. Thank you.
No, you're good. I know that people want to take the opportunity to ask the questions they can.
I want to slip in here real fast. I appreciate you letting me up. I don't really have a whole lot to say. I'm just kind of taking it all in, Chris. I appreciate you coming up. I'm just kind of sitting back. That's all.
I appreciate like everything that all the creators do. I don't necessarily always agree with everybody's opinions or their statements, and I respect them, trust me. But we do appreciate y'all keeping his name out there, doing what you can. Thank y'all. I mean, there's really not much more to say or do on that. Just thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing about Sebastian. And
Yeah, I got to learn a lot today about Sebastian, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you.
Well,
I also want to say I'm sorry you have to go through the holidays without Sebastian, and thank you, Truth, for letting me up here.
For sure, no problem. Thank you for coming up. I want to say a couple things before we get off here. When I started this live, I was a little aggressive, and I stand by my aggression because here's the thing. If you don't have emotion when it comes to this case, are you really invested in Sebastian? If you haven't lost sleep over this case, are you really invested in Sebastian? Because I can tell you with almost certainty that everybody on this panel has lost sleep thinking about what happened to Sebastian. Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, 100%.
All the time.
I'm sure. So, it's one of these things. White boy, I just dropped something for you. It's one of these things where hard questions are not fun. Facing something head on is not always fun. It's not pretty. It doesn't always go as you might plan for it to go. But conversation is what's needed in order for people to progress, right? If you're scared to have conversations because you're afraid of the kickback from other people, get the fuck out of this area of whatever you're doing, right? I am aware that this live is going to be taken and twisted all apart. But the important thing is the almost 2,600 people that are in here got to hear it for themselves. You don't have to listen to a third party try to convince you of what Chris meant or what Katie or what Clue meant or what Body meant or, what Granny's watching meant. You got to hear it for yourself. And that's what's so important, that you don't have to be convinced by someone else that it is something that it's not. Excuse me, hold on.
While he's coughing his throat off, if I'm kind of a neutral party, I don't have anything against any other creators. So if anybody wants to reach out to me from like the other, quote unquote, the other side to help facilitate some peace, please don't hesitate. I'm open.
I think at the end of the day, the big takeaway I wish would be had is if there wasn't such backlash every time Chris and Katie, or just Chris, whatever, would come on and talk, you guys, it would literally knock your fucking socks off to know just how much you can learn about Sebastian.
Amen.
Like,
It was unbelievable.
no, well, it's funny because it's literally the tip of the iceberg. What
Well,
about the fact that he's like obsessed with water talk? Loves all the flavored waters. They even have a water bar. What about the fact that he loves dance parties? What
Well, that
about the
takes away
fact
the
that
fact
there's
that he's
literally, his mom is literally every day, bro, every day, even in the middle of a work day, stops on the side of the road, puts out a missing sign. It's like there's this brainwashing that has like come over the internet,
yeah.
to where these two people specifically, just don't give a shit about this kid, and it's bullshit. I'm sorry, like what True said, if you don't get emotional, like, it's angering to a certain extent, right? Because I've heard stories, and they're good stories, and they really do let you in on who he is as a person. What
Well,
about
even
the fact that literally, I have no doubt in my mind, Katie is watching this. I'm not stupid. Sitting there bawling her fucking eyes out by her fucking self, bro. By herself. Like, fuck this. Like, this place is crazy. I'm being dead ass when I say this. These motherfuckers out here are fucking psychotic. Let's
well,
go
even
after an innocent fucking creature because, oh, it makes certain people look better. Like, I'm so over it. Like, everybody, this live started with, let's cut the bullshit with Chris and Katie and their narrative and what they do. Let's cut the bullshit with all of it. Like, it's fucking crazy to me
Like
how this
Clue,
is a goddamn conversation.
real people are being put at risk, right? Clue, like,
Right. Like, that's it. They
yeah,
fucking put that shit on me.
I
This
know, I
motherfucking
know.
people over here talking about putting shit on my property. I don't understand why that shit is okay, but the fact that Katie won't come out and talk is not, it's a problem. Go to fucking hell with that bullshit, man.
well,
Go
even
fuck
right
yourself.
now, while Chris is sharing a beautiful story about Sebastian, you have people. One boy, are you a noob? You got to mute us. You have people in the chat tearing apart the things that he's saying, like, oh, you said he could have, and it's like you are so determined to hear negativity that you're finding it where it doesn't exist. You have one asshole that's continuously pushing back a live stream because they can't wait to go live and tear this apart. And because of that, you're going to miss all the beauty that was within this stream. And you're going to miss the positivity. And that is why, and that is what Chris is talking about. You all call all of us hate channels. Let me tell you, my heart goes out to all three.
And if you're feeling pressure because like you signed a contract, maybe, or no, I'm being so for real. I'm being so for real. Reach out to me. I mean, there's ways to get around those things, you guys. Like, please don't hesitate. Like, it's ridiculous.
It is like, and I'm sorry, you have to understand my frustration. Like, we have literally put hours out there. I'm talking about in the freezing, 15 degrees, bro, trying to recreate footage to show people, like, look, this is not what it is. This is literally a narrative, and it's been pushed. And every time, I swear to God, every time I do a live and I say something, there's an immediate, like, that girl bad. Oh, she's so vile. She's so nasty, her mouth. Why do I make you so mad? Why do I make you so mad?
Well,
I
and that's
just need
part
to
of the
drop. I
problem,
need to
Clue.
drop.
That's part of the problem because Katie cannot come out and speak, and we don't hear from Chris often. They take what you're saying, they're like, oh, well, she's just saying that because she's, white knighting for them or she's paid by them. And unfortunately, we don't get to hear from them enough, like you said. I mean, hell, I'm thinking I'm cursing you out tomorrow, Chris. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just because that's how we got you on a panel. Like, come out more often. There's a lot more people that support you all than you all realize. And at the end of the day, it is the stories about Sebastian that people need to hear to cut out all the other nonsense. And I know I'm guilty of it. I've torn Seth to bits. I have. I haven't defamed him, haven't accused him of a crime, but I certainly don't like the guy. But this is why, because I feel like we are here because of that doing. And if you all can come together and work together, what a blessing that would be. And then you knock all of us out of the water. None of us have content. I think it would be fantastic.
If you
and I
start
hope Seth considers it.
Yep. I think that'd be really good because I really do believe in my heart of hearts that getting to know Sebastian is going to help find him. I really do. And we can't really get to know him right now.
And some updated photos would really help as well.
Well, don't we have the most updated photos though?
Yes.
Well, we have the footage now as well, but Katie shared.
Yes, what is out there is the most up to date. There's nothing more that we can give. I mean, Sebastian walks in our front door, we'll take a picture and send it to you, but right now we don't have our son, and that's what we need.
Yeah, I agree. I just think being realistic about, Sebastian being a 15-year-old growing a mustache, these constant baby photos that are going around, they're not helping. We have to remember this is a 15-year-old child. He's not 8. The whole, where's the baby? That doesn't help. We have to see Sebastian as he is because you can walk past him on the street and because you're looking for an 8-year-old baby face, you won't realize it's Sebastian. You have to keep the image of him up to date. And I mean that in our minds and in our speech, not necessarily in the photos, just all together. We have to remember he's not a baby. Chris just told you he's very intelligent. He picks up on things. He's a quick learner.
He's not a little boy. He's a young man.
Yeah, he's 16 now. And my heart goes out to you and Katie having to reach that milestone without him in your braces, and I'm sorry for that.
I don't know, y'all don't like him, but it should go out to Seth too because
it did.
100% it does. 100%.
Seth had one request, Chris. He asked that on Sebastian's birthday, everybody spend time with their children in honor of Sebastian, and I did it. As much as I dislike Seth, I can recognize that he is a grieving father. I've never taken that from him. I believe he loves Sebastian so much, but I also believe his anger is misguiding him right now, and he found the right people to feed on that, and it breaks my heart.
I think Seth is vulnerable because of, what's happening and people have taken advantage of him. So I give him a lot of grace.
Yeah.
I do.
I personally think Seth, just like Katie, is lonely. I couldn't imagine if my kid were gone.
I can't imagine. I mean, it's his kid too, right? Like, I can't imagine what he's going through. And I get angry. Admittedly, I do get angry at people who I feel are taking advantage of him. And, he's a big boy. He can take care of himself, but I do feel, sad for him. I really do.
I'm happy that he's offline and not doing the podcast like he used to. And
I am too.
I'm just still upset that he's wrapped up with the wrong people. And I hope he realizes their intentions are not good with you or your son. And you'll see me say that in court.
I think that the general consensus here, without doubt, is that it's time for Sebastian to come home. I'm going to continue to do things that I feel are necessary. And if that means protecting Sebastian's name, I'm going to do that. If that means calling out bullshit when I see it, I'm going to do that as well. But none of it's to be done out of anger or out of spite or out of some type of malice intent. It's because without transparency, it makes it so much harder to find somebody. And I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, all of this bullshit of this happened, that happened, this didn't happen, this did happen, it's not getting us anywhere. You know, one of the things that was said by Chris was, instead of ask this, that, or the other, ask about things Sebastian liked. Respectfully, I understand that that's a conversation that brings respect to Sebastian. However, I don't think that those things specifically would help find Sebastian. And I'm curious, Chris, if is there something that we should know about Sebastian that may actually help us to identify him if we saw him? Meaning that it's been 10 months. We know the young man was going through puberty. We know that he had started to get a little facial hair. Are there some things that we can look at physically that may not appear the same as the day he went missing?
Right. Like, is there a cowlick in his hair? Does he have a birthmark somewhere? Is his hair blonde in the summer but brown in the winter? Give us something like that.
Yeah.
He has a he's got this gnarly cowlick when he gets his hair cut and stuff like that. We always have to make sure we either get that one trimmed or we have to leave it lay long. I mean, it stands up pretty gnarly if you don't put product or stuff in his hair. He's got some freckles on his neck, very predominant freckles.
There we go. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Freckles on the back of his neck, the side of his neck, or all the way around?
Like if you're looking at, like, you'd be able to see him like on the front of his neck. And if I think it'd be more like predominant to it would be, if you're looking at him, his left side, his right side. If you're looking at him, his left side.
Okay. So, Chris, I'm going to ask a question that's probably going to be uncomfortable, and it's going to be the last question that we're going to ask tonight, respectfully to the panel. There's a picture that's been highly discussed, and it appears to wait a second. White boy, I'll drop it again. I don't know how you fell, bro. Is that picture something you want to comment on? Do you know what picture I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
There's a picture where it appears that Sebastian has a bruise on his neck. And it's obviously been circling. I think it was one of the ones that may have been on the poster or on the.
It's the TBI. It's the Optimism sweatshirt.
Yeah. It's the Optimism.
Is there a story behind that bruise, or is it something you would rather not speak about, or you just don't know?
I can't speak on something I don't know.
Okay.
Like, when you look at the original photo, do you see a bruise? Because the internet did this with Summer Wells. They created bruises that weren't there.
So maybe, I think you're talking about the one he's in a white shirt, right? And it says like Optimism on it.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody had to point that out, because honestly, if you look at that photo, it looks like it's a hickey. It's what it looks like, and I'm not saying that's what it is.
Right.
But it's like, what in the world? I didn't notice until somebody pointed something out about it, and I'm not going to speak on something I don't know anything about.
Now, did he have any little girlfriends? Because, I mean, let's be honest, at 15, we could get hickeys.
Or boyfriends. Don't be, it is what it is.
I apologize.
Not that we are aware of.
Okay.
Sebastian didn't show the interest. Now he's 15. He's becoming a young man in puberty and all this. I don't know.
Well, you had a crush on Taylor Swift. I remember Katie sharing.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, don't take this the wrong way. Most teenage boys do.
Right.
Travis Kelce got one on her. He's dating her.
That was a contract.
What?
No, it is not. Oh my God.
Y'all didn't see the contract? Come on.
I saw something someone put out on the internet. Yeah.
Well, then it must be true. Didn't you know that?
Speaking of
No,
being 15, how tall? Like, I know the poster
he's
tells us
16.
about. He's 16 now. I know, but when he was 15, how he was what 5'2", I believe it said on the poster. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you know about how quick was Sebastian quickly growing? Like, if
He
we had
was
a guess, what
last
height
I
would you
last
believe?
I knew he was in a growth spurt.
Yeah.
God, it was funny because I think Seth had went and bought him some boots, and I don't think it was much long or much before then that we went and bought him some new shoes, and it was like, well, now his foot's too small or too big for the shoes. So Seth that went and bought him some shoes, and he's a growing young man.
So
Dude,
he'd be about a foot or two taller, you think now, or?
well, I don't know if he'd be 6'2". That's a
Oh my goodness, I didn't mean to say. I meant to say
that'd be a
inch. I'm sorry.
stretch.
Yeah,
I mean,
I didn't mean to say foot. I meant to say inch.
um,
Chris, he don't walk with a slouch or nothing, does he? Because it didn't look like he did in that video. So
no, he sometimes, like, if he's sad, he gets that. I call
yeah,
it the Eeyore walk, where he kind of drops his head, like,
yeah.
"Oh me," type thing. But no, he
I call
stands
his dad
vertical.
Igor too.
But I think all kids walk like that when they're down, man. But
Shit, I'm a grown man that does
That's
that.
great.
Well, I
but
noticed. I noticed.
he stands up and he walks, and I mean, God, he's a good kid though.
Does he normally put his hands in his pocket? I noticed that. I noticed Katie did it, and he did it as well. And I know that's a technique they learn. Um, I know that Katie mentioned having classes with him being newly diagnosed with autism. Is that something he normally did? Put his hands in his pocket like that and walk?
Yeah.
That's so cute. I love that. And I love the fact that Katie did it too.
His feet when he walks. Yes, he walks on the balls of his feet, but he also not pigeon toed, but he does have where they slightly turn inward a little bit. Maybe once more so than the other. I do
Okay.
remember that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So
interesting.
that is interesting. Okay.
Oh,
I
if
believe
I
he was 5'5" when he went missing.
5'5".
I believe.
Right. I can look it up. That just brought me to. So, do you know if there's any truth? And I'm sorry to barbe you with so many questions, but recently people have been replaying the neighbor Bobby's interview, and in that she makes a statement that one of the cameras caught Sebastian looking through the window. Now she didn't say Sebastian, but she pointed out it would have been his bedroom. Do you know if there's any truth to that? Do you know if Sebastian was caught on somebody's camera that night in that type of format, or identified to be Sebastian?
I'm not going to talk on that. That's part of an ongoing investigation. That if it is or if it isn't true, and how would Bobby know?
Right.
That's
Okay.
a better question that maybe some people should ask. How does
Hmm.
somebody who thinks that they know as much as they know? I just don't feel that she knows as much as she thinks she knows.
Right. And he was 5'5". 5'5's the height on the. Okay, so that's good.
Hey, Chris.
Yes, sir.
But, hey, so obviously, I don't know. I wasn't on here earlier, and I don't know if Truth had asked because I'm sure you're aware of what's going on in the news in Sumner County right now with the janitor. Any question? Like, I mean, I probably could have asked this the other day, and I just slipped my mind. But have y'all asked the school in regards to that situation? Like, I know he's at another location, but maybe something like that because this janitor literally gave a phone to a child, and it's like, wait a minute. So there's a lot of questions I had about it. Kind of worried me, given with especially what's going on.
I think that would be something. For law enforcement to address. As far as we know, law enforcement went to the school. They interviewed teachers and staff, and it, I think if something would have come up about that, it would have came up. I
I
just
got
I don't know. I don't. I'm not going to tell you that I do, but I've never heard anything until like this story just recently broke, and
Yeah, I just didn't know if maybe because of this story that maybe they'd reached out and said, "Hey, we'll ask," that it was just a general thought of mine because Truth had made a point of that, like the Clue was talking about it on live, and said that Truth had brought this up a long time ago, and I'm like, oh shit. And then this happens. I'm like, man, I hope they really kind of go back and look at a lot of stuff.
I'm sure they have. I mean, coming up on 10 months, I'm hoping they're looking at everything.
That
You
the
know,
21
I'm
acres.
sure. I'm sure law enforcement has done review after review, bringing in more people. I mean, I'm sure they've probably had to put fresh eyes on this at some point to say, look, is there something we've missed? Maybe somebody else picked something up. Who knows? I mean, law enforcement's not going to come out and tell everybody, and they definitely ain't necessarily going to tell me, Katie, or Seth everything.
Right.
Law enforcement, it's an open and active investigation.
I do think.
I was going to say, as long as it's not a cold case and it's an active investigation, that's all we want. Keep his name out there. Keep Sebastian forefronted. If there's clues, if there's anything, we need something.
I agree. And if you see something, you should call Sumner County or TBI at 1-800-FIND-TBI. That's where you should be contacting.
Or call your local law enforcement. If you're not in the area and you're somewhere else, call your local law enforcement.
Amen.
I think that these conversations are great. I've just been sitting back listening. Obviously, I want y'all to be able to talk. I think the platform is for that conversation and not so much about bashing the hell out of people. Y'all have to excuse me. I've been coughing my head off. So, at the end of the day, I will say this. Hold on, wait a second. White boy.
Hey, white boy.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
I'm not going to take too much time. I just wanted to talk to Chris for 1 second. I've been trying to get his attention. Hey,
Go ahead.
I apologize for what you're going through, you and your family, man, and I hope, Sebastian is brought home. I know the effects with all this on social media. I know what it does. And, there's some people fighting for you, man, and trying to break down this misinformation. Good live with you and guys. I just wanted to get his attention for just 2 seconds, man. Y'all.
White boy works really closely. He's friendly with Don Wells.
We lost
So
him.
he knows.
I mean, if he can hear me, I mean, I appreciate it, and all the thoughts and prayers.
His content's really good, man. I watch it myself.
There's a few more questions in the chat that I keep seeing go by pertaining to electronic devices.
Guys, we're going to have to wrap this up pretty soon. I've got to lay down. So whatever couple questions you have, I'm not trying to be rude. I've got to go way back down, guys. So
I know you're not feeling.
I'm not, but that's whatever questions we have, and then let me end it. But go ahead.
Hey, Truth.
Yes.
Hot toddy.
I don't drink alcohol. I'm sober.
No, they have a non-alcoholic version.
Oh,
Do
there
they?
you go.
Yeah.
All right, bet.
I think they use the Teramic or Teramic, however you say it.
Teramic.
That's it. They use that in there.
All right, I'll look into it for sure. Chris, you were saying something.
You need to go.
I just telling White Boy thanks for everything.
You were saying something.
Thoughts
Go
and
ahead.
prayers, and so
I'm good, bro. Truth, I hope you feel better, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate you letting me up, man. I didn't have much. I was enjoying just watching down there, but
well, like I said, I know that this is not a fun conversation for Chris. I know it's not a fun conversation for Katie to listen to. But it is a conversation that I think needed to be had and needs to be had from time to time, especially when there is an enormous amount of information being pushed, both factual and unfactual. At the end of the day, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. We can have our own opinions on who we think did things. That's perfectly fine. But I said earlier that being on this app for the last almost 8 months that I've had my channel, I have learned a lot of things. I've made a lot of mistakes, right? And I think that's just part of learning the platform. And the one thing that I hold dear is that while a lot of y'all want to judge creators based on the way that they handle their platform or the language that they use, what you fail to understand is with just as much dirty mouth or whatever you want to say it is, there's just as much passion behind what these creators are doing. And you can dislike a creator for whatever reason, but you must show respect to those who are actually doing what they can to bring somebody home. And I think that's the most important thing. And I say this all the time. I've said it multiple times tonight in conversations. Someone just said it in the comments, and that's trust the process.
That's why there's chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry when it comes to flavors of the ice cream too. It's
Yeah.
one for different people.
So I do apologize for hijacking with questions, but I do appreciate you letting me up. And Chris, I'd be honest.
You said you had two more. You said you had two more questions. Go ahead.
Well, I know you're not feeling good.
It's all right. Go ahead. We've got it up here anyway.
Okay. Well, the one question is the electronics. So a lot of people are speculating again about electronics. Do you know, has all of Sebastian's electronics been returned?
I can't comment on that.
Okay. The last question, I don't even remember. I appreciate your time and thank you for answering what you can. And, Truth, thank you for having me. I hope you feel better. And yeah, I'll come up with a dozen more and I'll let you know. But seriously,
thank you.
Yeah, send my regards to Katie and let her know there's a lot of people. For as many people that are bashing her, there's a lot more support in her spirit. And at the end of the day, my prayers go out to all of you. And I pray there's answers soon and Sebastian comes home safely.
Amen.
I have one question. We know that Sebastian liked to game. I'm also a gamer. Are there any gamer tags that we should watch out for? Were there any nicknames that he liked? Like,
that would be one for Seth, to be
okay.
honest.
Okay. I can ask him.
So
I understand. I totally understand.
But well, thank y'all, everybody. I'm gonna jump down. Appreciate all the questions and thanks, Truth. Conversation's always wonderful, man.
Yeah, thank you for answering questions about Sebastian. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for real.
Chris, we're gonna butt heads, and that's one of the reasons why we're able to talk the way that we are. And I want to also say something because I know this is going to be twisted, and this will be the end of it. Chris and I went at it in the beginning of this over things that were said behind the scenes. I don't need anybody taking that as though they were things that were nefarious, right? Once again, things that have to do with Sebastian and his age are things that don't need to be spoke about on social media. So I'll just leave it at that. I appreciate everybody. Clue, Body Moving. Granny's watching for coming up. Queen for coming up. I think we lost you at one point. Steven, White Boy, thanks for coming up. I don't know what happened to you, but you fell. And, Chris, thanks for jumping up and kind of speaking your mind and clearing up some of the rumors from y'all's perspective. It's really appreciated.
No, thanks, man.
I hope you feel better, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Until next time, guys, we will talk to y'all later. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I think that was an absolute amazing conversation. I really do. A few things that actually stood out to me, this panel wasn't just about discussing Sebastian's case. It was about setting a higher standard for how we approach the true crime as a community. Because I feel like a lot of these creators don't view these people in these true crime stories as the victims. And that's exactly what they are. When you're telling someone's story about a traumatic event that happened in their life, do it with a little compassion. Think about them. Don't just think about how many likes am I gonna get? How many subscribers am I gonna get? How much money am... If you're doing this true crime community and retelling stories of traumatic events and you're doing it for the money, you're doing it for the wrong reason. If you don't enjoy talking about true crime or these cases, and you're only doing it because, oh, it pads your bank account, you're part of the problem. But for me, I really do agree with CLUEmanaiti. The speculation without evidence is just a waste of time. You know, and it's not just that, it can actually harm an investigation. And I mean, as Granny's, Granny watching, she hit the nail on the head when she said that creators need to consider the emotional impact that their content has on these families. And it's just that these families are the ones that should matter the most, not a headline. But I think for me, one of the most powerful takeaways was QueenBee's call to keep the focus where it belongs, on Sebastian. I mean, let's face it, it's easy to get caught up in the drama. We all have at some point. We're all human. But we can't lose sight of why these stories actually matter in the first place. And if we're going to be a creator that retells these stories, then we need to be an ethical creator. I mean, Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather, his insights kind of tied it all together, if you ask me. He reminds us that the way that we handle these cases reflects on the true crime community as a whole. If we want to be seen as credible, compassionate, and effective creators, we have to do better than what's been out there. Excuse me. I mean, we have to do better, because what's out there is just a big pile of malarkey, to be honest with you. It's just speculation after speculation. And then, people grab certain parts and they just tear a mother apart, or they tear a father apart, or they tear a stepdad apart. For what? What do you really think that you are doing? You're not doing anything to help find this missing kid. And, he's a young man. He's not a kid. But, if you haven't, been to Elevated Truth's channel or CLUEmanaiti or Granny's watching, I suggest that you do. because there's a lot of good information on these channels that were on this panel today. I've also linked the channels in the panel list below so that you can check out their work and hear on their perspective directly. And let's support these creators that are doing this the right way. Let's not support those that are just continuing to create this divide because it furthers their agenda or it pads their bank account. And most importantly, above all else, let's not forget about Sebastian. If you have any information about his whereabouts or anything in regards to it, please contact the Hendersonville Police Department or TBI at 1-800-FIND, FIND. Together we can make a difference, not just for Sebastian, but how we approach these cases in the future. Sorry about that. So thank you for tuning in to Let's Talk About It. This is a conversation that needs to continue. And I'm really glad that we're having this one. And I'm really thankful to Truth for the panel that he did. So if you found this episode valuable, please hit the like button, the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button, and share it to help keep Sebastian's story alive. As always, I'm KK. Let's keep talking about the things that really matter. And thanks for joining me today. Y'all have a good one.